From the beginning of time, humans have always looked towards the sky for inspiration and guidance. There has been a fascination with birds, stars, gods, goddesses, and other entities which seem to exist above us, and for many humans, a strong yearning to travel into space. Man has dreamt of flight since observing space, and now it is time to become the space traveller. The future of space travel requires us to understand from where we came, to see where we are going.
Several thousand years ago, philosophers Mozi and Lu Ban from China were looking to the wind for flight. They invented kites using silk and bamboo, allowing for the later development of communication, measuring distances, testing the wind, and lifting men.
The invention of the kite brought with it the desire to fly. The first known attempts at flight were typically by leaping off towers, known as tower jumping. People in China, India, and Europe first attempted flight this way.
In 1670, Francesco Lana de Tarzi published a book that showed some interesting concepts. The concept of copper foil in a sphere with a vacuum would produce a vacuum airship. This is still not possible with today's materials. Francesco is recognized as the father of aeronautics, melding science and mathematics into aerial navigation.
The Chinese are believed to have developed the first hot air device. The Chinese lantern, using hot air from a candle, can take flight and was first used for signalling. The hot air balloon achieved the first human lift and advanced to what we know of as the Zeppelin.
The first attempts at flight in a heavier-than-air flying machine were made by more than just the Wright brothers. Most attempts failed, however, they were the stepping stones for what was to come later. The oldest airport, College Park, is still in operation today.
Airplanes evolved rapidly through the century, from propeller to helicopter to jet aircraft, and most of that technology is used today.
During the Second World War, Germany developed rockets that could go a limited distance. The basic rocket technology used then is still used today. The space race started with the Soviet Union and the USA in 1957 and led to many developments for the next step, the moon.
The spacecraft assigned as Apollo 11 was the first spacecraft to have landed on the moon. The space shuttle operated at tremendous cost. Burning the fuel proved to be wasteful and dangerous technology. The International Space Station, ISS, is a habitable artificial satellite that was assembled in low Earth orbit in 1998 with the use of the space shuttle. The ISS can often be seen with the naked eye from Earth.
SpaceX, as a private aerospace producer and space transportation services company, was founded in 2002 by Elon Musk with the goal of reducing space transportation costs and enabling the colonization of Mars. SpaceX reuses the first stage of their primary rocket, Falcon 9, by vertical propulsive landings. Although, up to present time, it still uses the rocket fuel burning technology. Mehran Keshe has always said, the time for burning fuels is over, but did we need to start with that technology in the first place?
Ancient cultures have suggested the use of an alternative means of transportation. With reference to possible plasma technology,
you can go to New York from Brussels within 2 to 5 minutes. And most of this 5 minutes is actually landing and getting up.
Mehran Tavakkoli Keshe was born in Iran in 1958. As the son of an X-ray engineer, he was introduced to the world of radiation and nuclear science at a very young age. In 1981, he graduated from Queen Mary, the University of London, as a nuclear engineer specialized in reactor technology system control. At that time, he developed a number of theoretical ideas related to more simple nuclear concepts and their applications. In 2002, he decided to finish the full design of his ideas about nuclear technology. This included the creation and control of gravity and energy by the use of nuclear materials in a clean and safe hydrogen reactor. Mehran Keshe introduced the concept of double magnetic fields to explain the magnetic and gravitational field of Earth.
Unknown by the existing scientific community, he wrote a number of scientific papers in 2004 and sent them for peer review, such as the creation of black holes. When one of the persons performing the peer review used his information in public, he decided to draw back his papers and to concentrate further on building prototypes.
Since the beginning of 2006, several prototypes of dynamic reactors have been built, some specifically designed to create hovering effects, similar to effects seen with magnetic levitation. Basic hovering effects have been achieved. 2007 brought the first flight test with radioactive material, in which the patents describe the process of the field interactions.
The main patent, Gravitational and Energy System, described the initial fundamental aspects of the plasma and uses. This was followed by the supplemental patent, Microplasma Reactors, where further uses and advancements were described. Mr. Keshe found himself in Iran in 2008 and was provided all the resources needed to create the first lift of a plasma reactor managed by the Iranian government. These special rotating gas reactors were used to control the plasma. To bring a deeper understanding, Mr. Keshe released the first book in 2009, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, which contained many new concepts released to the public. This included the PMTIC plasma magnetic fields, initial fundamental plasma and plasma dilution technology used for space reactors. The plasma technology was further developed and it manifested in weight fluctuation in a controlled environment. 2010 introduced a new state of matter called GANS, an acronym for gas in nanosolid state. The GANS produces fields to be used in the operation of the spaceship. Advanced flight tests were performed in Iran with the guidance of Mr. Keshe and the newly designed systems.
Mr. Keshe tells us you can't bring all the doctors with you in space. Medical research advanced in 2010 and is still being explored daily all around the world. The Keshe Foundation has provided knowledge for dealing with many medical conditions in space.
A great example of plasma technology used for peaceful process is the capturing of the USA drone over Iran in December 2011. This drone was touted as one of the most advanced drones of its day and was caught by Iran using plasma to disrupt the communications. Plasma absorbs fields and the drone uses radio fields for piloting, a natural aspect of the plasma, a barrier of fields.
Book 2, The Structure of the Light, was released in 2011. This book brought forward the understanding of the structure of light as a cylindrical plasma where the light is in possession of all magnetic field strengths. Book 3, The Origin of the Universe, was published later in 2011. Mr. Keshe explained the further operation and interaction of different strengths of the same fields, which then leads to the creation of the universe. These 3 books bring forward a much deeper understanding of the plasma science that is applied worldwide by knowledge seekers and scientists in spaceship research and development.
There were 2 conferences to release the space technology to governments in 2012. The first international presentation in April, Keshe Foundation invited representatives of every country to the first presentation of the plasma technology. The second international presentation in September, Keshe Foundation invited the nations of the world through their ambassadors and their leaders to attend a gathering at the Keshe Foundation Center in Nenove, Belgium.
Space travel requires peace. The implementation of the plasma technology brings greater responsibility. In 2013, Mr. Keshe brought forward the World Peace Treaty. Signing of the peace treaty is a confirmation from yourself to your soul to act correctly in a peaceful manner.
In 2014, knowledge seekers came together from around the world to learn from Mr. Kesh, and many different experiments with reactors were performed, including improving the previously developed reactors to fit with the new knowledge, introduction of nano-coated reactors, multi-core GaN systems. The Spaceship Institute lab experiments were streamed live on the internet for all to see. SSI lab tests with reactors showed strong magnetic field pulses up to 129 Tesla and showed significant weight fluctuations. In December, an experiment was performed using reactors built by knowledge seekers from around the world. Italy, Germany, and Canada were involved in field communication tests. The tests showed that fields can interact with each other no matter the distance or time, resulting in instant communication.
In 2015, developments for space continued with different aspects of the plasma technology, such as in health, energy, and decontamination. In October of 2015, Mr. Kesh taught a popular week-long course called the Blueprint Teachings about how to build the MAGRAV power units. People from all over the world participated with building their own MAGRAV units and teaching others. With the demand of the Kesh Foundation products from all over the world, a new research center and manufacturing opened in Arizona, USA. Many developments of the technology happened in different parts of the world, and Kesh Foundation USA is no exception. John and the team started performing experiments using different sensing tools. These tools allowed the team to visualize the MAGRAV fields and to show others their interactions. With reactor formations showing positive results, partaking in the knowledge together is easier and more joyful than ever. The fun has just begun, says MT Kesh.
Mr. Kesh publicly teaches the space technology through the weekly Knowledge Seekers workshops. Plasma enthusiasts from around the world participate in gathering the knowledge and putting the puzzle together in the space race. All people, irrespective of race, nation or religion, are invited to participate in the exchange of knowledge, thus assisting humanity to live within the ethos of the universe. It is recognized that international cooperation and peace is a prerequisite for mankind to journey into deep space. Individuals and nations are invited to come together in the spirit of collaboration and unity to enable peaceful application and the use of plasma technology for space travel, food, agriculture, energy, transportation, health, and more. We are excited to release the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Blueprint to humanity.
Welcome everyone to the 262nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, February 7th, 2019. My name is Rick Cram and I'll be your host today. And as usual, in the last 5 years of Knowledge Seekers Workshops, we'll be having the presence of Mr. Mehran Kesh here to guide us through today's teaching and workshop. And I believe he's ready to go. Mr. Kesh, are you there? I could be wrong on the other hand. I think maybe he had to... Mr. Kesh, are you there? I see you are on the list actually, but your microphone's muted.
Oh, my microphone, is it okay now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good day to you as usual. Good morning, good afternoon, whenever and wherever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers course of teachings and knowledge sharing. In so many ways, as Rick was just saying, we carry on and plod along, and we bring more and more knowledge to share and to see how we can share these knowledges unconditionally. And that's the main thing, unconditionally to sharing knowledge, and being able to share the knowledge. It's a very powerful thing. The problem with come is we are so confident that we can share unconditionally, and we know that what we share is not going to be abused, and it's going to be to benefit of the humanity. Some time ago, we started this process of sharing, irrespective of position, language, and wherever we've been. And this in process has given us a lot of strength. It's given us a lot of courage. It's given us a lot of hope that life can still go on. We can still find point of mutual sharing, and we pass borders, nations, colors, races, and in so many ways we have broken every rule in the book that others have created to control everything. As scientists told me once, you are become the rebel of what I call scientists. You don't know, you don't care what you teach, that others can use it, and you don't care that you might make a lot of money out of it and you give it away. I said that's why I brought it, for everybody to make money out of it, everybody happy with it. Talking about the money and happiness, I would like to welcome our Chinese friends, Chinese community. Wish you a fantastic, rich and prosperous year, and in so many ways thanking you for being our host, a nation host for past year, where we've been here and we tried, and you helped us in so many ways to progress further. I'm loyal to the nation of China, and I love the nation of China. In so many ways we have achieved through Chinese organizations and governments and our collaborators so much that is unimaginable. Many of you will come to understand very soon what the Chinese Keshe Foundation, the Chinese community have managed to achieve and bring progress to the foundation. Our thanks goes to the Office of His Excellency President Xi and the what we call the governing bodies of China, who have supported the foundation in so deep way. And in so many ways, because of what we received in China, Keshe Foundation will be much better off in the long term. You will understand in the coming time. As I said, and it's very clear to the Chinese administration and presidency, we love your nation, and we serve, same as the way we serve the Iranian nation, we'll serve the Chinese nation. Happy New Year to you, a prosperous year to all the Chinese Keshe Foundations and all the people who work around the foundation in every place on this planet. As one nation, one planet, one race. We don't know borders, but part of the family is celebrating. Not every day everybody have a child to celebrate. This today is a celebration of the children of China. As a bigger family, doesn't matter where you live, under the umbrella of one planet, one nation, and under the banner of Universal Council. You all welcome and congratulations, and happy many, many prosperous years ahead of you, especially in the year of Pig. We carry on with our teaching, and if we can get everything sorted, that we can get our screen back as usual. Somehow we're running with problem with the screen. I try to explain to you so many simple things. A lot of things is covering and being able to cover the knowledge. As I said, as you've seen in the past few weeks, we start filling in the gaps. We start covering the positions and the, what we call structures which we did not cover before. Um, in so many ways, trying to uh, go deeper in the understanding of how things work, how do things develop in this new knowledge, in this new technology, in this new understanding of everything else except what we came here for. And in so many ways, is the knowledge, what we carry, is what we are missing, or what we were missing. Is our knowledge has come, and has our knowledge developed to the point that we can go to the next step. We had a very interesting teaching on Tuesday. We had a very, what I call, exhausting time last night in the private teachings, in trying to understand, trying to explain, trying to extend the knowledge on all directions, emotion, understanding of the culture of the language of the universe, in how we as human beings have gone through the point of not knowing anymore what is and how it's going to be. In a way, as one said, Mr. Keshe, you have tickled us to knowing something beautiful is to come, but you don't take us to see it. I said, it's not me who takes you. You have to graduate yourself to be able to see it. In so many ways, to what extent would us as human race are ready to face the fact? How much are we there to be able to understand the truth, the extent of the truth? Understanding what it means to be able to be part of a structure which we always have been and we never knew. Does humanity needs to break into new grounds? Does humanity needs to understand what he has not understood? Or we understood but we ignored it because it did not make sense to us. It wasn't part of us. We were not part of this movie. At least we thought we are not part of the movie. But in fact, we were part of, major part of, acting part of this movie in where we are. In the process of knowledge seeking, we have come very far. In the process of understanding the knowledge, we still have problem. Many of us have a problem in moving to the next level, understanding the extent of the next level, being able to bring in, usher in the new cycle, the new era, the new understanding, the totality, the understanding of totality. And in so many ways, in understanding it, how do we allow for us to extend the knowledge? Does the extension of knowledge means acceptance? Or does the extent of knowledge brings comprehension? Brings to think, does it bring maturity? Since we have spoken about the portals and how we can open new dimensions, many of you have started thinking, can I be part of it? Am I part of it? Is it part of me? Would I see it? Would I be part of it? And is the cycle of the man, cycle of life of the man, has any more meaning? As I said in the teaching recently, we are talking about few seconds. To us is 1 year, is 10 years, number of cycles around this planet, around the sun, and how many days. But in fact, for us to go back one cycle from where we are or we were on the arm of the galaxy to come back to the same point, how many thousands of years would it be? How many million years will be, if we look at this galaxy in front of us on the screen, for us to come back to the same point? To us to come back to the same point, we call it a 24 hours. For us to come back to the same point, we call it 1 year. It takes us 365 days and thousands of millions of kilometers traveling. What about we are on one of the arms of this galaxy? And how long would it take us back to come to the same point? And what would we call it? Galaxial year? Or do we call it a moon year? Or do we call it what? Would a man live long enough to see a full cycle of rotation of a galaxy? And as we know, this galaxy is not standing still. This is part of the rotation within the fields of the universe. How long does it take to come back in the same point? Would man live long enough to see a full cycle of universal year? Does this depend on how we educate ourselves to be able to live longer physically? Would that be possible? Or would we come to the point that we detach ourselves from this physicality and we just become part of the cycle of the fields of the universe, but with a memory, like an RNA, that we were put together in totality somewhere on a point of the universe called planet Earth. But there is one point. When we get to these portals and when we travel, would we leave a scent of the soul of the man that you can trace back? Or you can be traced back too. When you walk, when you sleep, you always leave a scent behind. But does our soul have a scent? Does our soul leave a trace that it can come back home?
Are you still there, Mr. Keshe? Okay, seems like we have a temporary loss of the audio. There, are you back, Mr. Keshe?
Yeah, it's one of those.
One of those. Lost you again.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I said it's one of those days. It seems going to be very exciting. Let me see something. Let me just try something, please. I'm going to switch to another system, if I can call it up. Oh, no, I understand.
The audio was quite good there for a while, but it's a bit noisier now, and that we hear in the background, like. But go ahead.
Something happened. Something happened. It's better now. No, it's okay. We cannot change. I was trying to switch to another server, and it's not possible. It's not happening. What was going
We can't hear you again, Mr. Keshe. Hello, Mr. Keshe? It seems to be coming in and out. Well, in this interval, I'll note the question in the Q&A from Mark. Does the soul leave a trace?
Yes, does the soul leave a trace?
And I was going to say this is like a test of that question in a way. When we can't hear you, can we still feel you while you're disconnected? Your audio is disconnected, but your soul's not disconnected. So what is it that we're hearing, right?
Very soon, as part of the teaching, if you notice in a lot of teaching, I take space gaps nowadays. I take what you think is silent, but in fact, I take a space gap to see, to reach the soul than the voice of the man. It's very interesting in how our people will come to understand this. How people will come to comprehend you don't need to hear the voice. I started this some months ago, and more in that process, we are going through this level of understanding.
Still there, Mr. Keshe? Paul, your microphone is open. It's closed now. Yep. Can't hear you currently, Mr. Keshe. So does the soul leave a trace? Yes, as Mark says, that's where he left off, but also that's where we're left in a way. Left with. Okay, we'll just wait for another bit for Mr. Keshe to connect in a different way.
Hello, sorry, I'm back. It's going to be a very interesting week today. Very interesting teaching. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, loud and clear, okay. What I was trying to say is that in a coming time, we will come across part of teaching that you will hear silence. And the teachings will take a different dimension. In a way, part of a training to understand, to hear the soul of the man, not the voice of the man. And we come back and I carry on with the teaching. And you will see if what you received fits into the part of the teaching. What this means that, let's say, I think about a cup of tea and I explain to you, soul is brown in color, is very sweet, and it has some scent in it. And when I start talking, I speak about a nice piece of cake or something with a dinner. Then you have to understand, oh, now understand, tea goes with the cake. In so many ways, establishing a line of communication. And we extend into this. Many of you might say, oh, just keep silent. But many of you can come back. Were you thinking about the cake? What about the tea? And these things is part of growing into understanding the voice of the soul of the man. The human race knew this very clearly. Even knew how to communicate long distances with the soul by thinking. And in the time of rest lying on the energy of the man himself has gone worse and worse, and it's to the point till we don't see it with our own eyes, we don't believe it, or we don't hear it, we don't accept it. And a lot of it is the way we've been educated. A lot of it is how we've been brought up. And we have caused that problem for ourselves. Nobody else has. In so many ways, the extent of understanding the work of the soul of the man has been forgotten. We have totally forgotten that we have a source, we have a dimension which goes beyond our physicality. We have the capability that we have ignored ourselves to it, and with it we have brought a lot of problems. Would the mankind ever come to cross this point? We do not know. Whether mankind will let this fear to disappear, we do not know. It just depends when the man decides to mature. It seems somehow everything is on a standstill in the world of the universal work till this child decides, I'm going now to mature. I've decided I played enough. And this is taking us a long time. We're patient, we wait till mankind matures to his own dimension. Till mankind comes to understand his own power, his own strength, his own comprehension of the existence. It's very much, there are part of the technology of the science of man which we have ignored deliberately because maybe it was not time to do, was not, or could not be taken through this barrier. And now that man is ready to go, we try to rush up. We're literally rushing everything through as fast as we can to catch up. It comes to the point that is not philosophy, is not science of understanding the creation, but science of understanding ourselves. science of being able to work and become more aware of our own structure. In the past weeks, I start talking about one of the most fundamental elements in the world of the creation. One of the most important elements of creation in the line of communication and transportation for man will be and is carbon-14. Under the atmospheric pressures of this planet does not exist in the structure of the life of the man works immensely. But in so many ways, man not having the understanding of knowledge, man has taken it as part of continuous misunderstanding of the knowledge of creation. And in so many ways, because of the characteristics of the structure, man lives by this miscomprehension. And in the process of the science of life, always makes a mistake between this matter and what we call something happened here. We have made a lot of mistakes in the structure of the totality. What does this mean is that carbon-14 in a structure, matter state, will show itself in majority of cases in the body of the man and in the work of the plants as nitrogen. But in reality, the dynamic structure of the work of the universe, which is similar as a macro in macro, the work of communication line of the body of the man, it structures itself into line of transfer of energy and line of separation of energy. It's very much like a plastic or wax shielding on a process between the lines of the emotion of the man. It plays a very specific characteristics because it behaves very much like insulation. It's very much like a diamond structure, very much what we call graphene, but in a dynamic plasmatic form. And this is what we need to understand to be able to structure the life of the man and understand the whole process of creation in the process of understanding of the work of the physicality. there is a line of work which a lot of scientists have overlooked, and a lot of misunderstanding in it has brought us a lot of problems to be able to bring the dimension of the physicality into operation of the soul of the man, soul of the physicality, separation of the understanding of the line of communication. And this process will take time to understand in full. But what is important for us is how we have seen the structure of the physicality of the man. And have we understood the separation of the line in the structure? And how everything in that structure comes to be part of the total energy balance of the soul of the man, the physicality of the man, the existence of the man, and to what extent can we envisage to be able to go further. We got to look at the different structure. We got to look at the real structure. We got to understand the totality of the physical structure of the man. And something which comes up and pops up very, very nicely. But as I said, in the world of science, in the world of chemistry, in the world of biology, we have brought this misunderstanding, which now, as I said, we have to correct. And then it becomes a path, it becomes a beginning in understanding how and the way things are brought together, things are processed together, things are put together in the physical structure of the man through the connection of the body of the man with his physicality, with his soul. In so many ways, we got to go back to the basic and make some small corrections or add to the knowledge to be able to go to the next step. If we look and understand how, in which steps mankind has taken a step and has gone through the process of creation, a lot of mysteries about the life of the man, operation of the life of the man, the soul of the man, operation of the soul of the man, operation of physicality of the man, all can be understood. All can be taken to the next step, all can be added or can be understood to be added. What does this mean? One of the fundamental problems in the whole cycle of the understanding of the physiology of the man is the construction of the physicality of the man, and how everything has been based on one or two elements, but man has calculated everything else but these one or two elements. This is very much This is very much like we have missed half of the equation. We have missed half of the knowledge. We have missed part of it which was really there and we didn't see. Or we never understood that this is part of totality. This is part of what we've been missing. This is, in essence, part which will bring us, forces us. We have no choice but to understand it, to be able to continue with it, to be able to extract from it the real knowledge. And in so many ways, this carbon-14 as the energy of the plasma, as energy of the fields of the plasma, has never been understood in clarity. And man has made, because of his presence, a lot of mistakes in the structure of the amino acid of the body of the man. It causes cancers and it cures cancers. It creates the destruction of the connection layers of the brain of the man. Leads to your age, your stroke, leads to understanding of the total work. It affects every operation of the physicality of the man. It affects every operation of the soul of the man. It affects every connection between the soul of the man and soul of the physicality. And most of the time, the world of science has never considered, never understood that what this means. What can be created, what can be given, what can be added, what can be amalgamated from understanding of the work of the carbon-14. One of the problems of it is that the scientific world has not managed to produce it the way it works in the body of the man in a, what we call as a Ganz condition, as a plasmatic condition. It has a sequence. It repeats itself in different combination, and because of its dynamism and is what you call separation of the physicality from the neurosystem, man have always ignored it. If you look in the dimension of the work of nitrogen, we look to the work of carbon-14, and we look into operation of like CH3, it has, and it should have given us a lot of clues. We should have understood a lot of clues. I spent a lot of time today in trying to explain the work of carbon-14, because it's something is so fundamental that it needs a time to be spent on it, because now you will understand the work of the transmutation. How transmutation becomes possible. It comes the work of transportation across the universe. It comes from the point of insulation and isolation of the fields of the universe. Somebody's microphone is open. It comes to understanding the totality and the relationship between different parts and structure of the physicality and the soul of the man. And in so many ways is the pathway of the soul of the man to connect with the universal community in the path of the line of communication. When we spoke about the carbon in CO2, when we use it for conductivity and connection in our medical applications or in other fields, carbon-14 is the same, but in the dimension with the connection with the soul of the man and physicality of the man. Is the pathway, the way, the as we call it, the wire, the string, where the soul of the man leaves the physicality of the man. Is the connection where you go what you call a dream time, but it knows where to connect to, happens through that. It has a fingerprint of the interaction of the soul. It has a fingerprint of the interaction of the universe. And in so many different ways, we have to understand the work of carbon-14. Carbon at all, altogether. What is a carbon-14? Rick, can you pull up on the Wikipedia or a wiki, what is carbon-14 in the matter state? Can you get it?
Yes, sure. Just a minute, Mr. Keshe.
What is interesting, you got to understand, we look at carbon-14 in a plasmatic state, not in a matter state. But in so many ways, if we look at a carbon-14 in partially in the world of the science, present science, they call it graphene. It behaves that way in some occasions because it looks as to be the end and at the same time is the beginning of every nerve. One end of the neural system where your nerves stop is the orientation of the carbon-14, which creates the feedback. It's carbon-14 which gives you the isolation at the point of amputation and the release of energy as what you call it, phantom pain. And it's part of the whole structure of our existence in real life. Would you like to read it for us?
Sure. Okay. Get my microphone open. Joe, just a second.
Is the fire alarm gone off? Whoa. Are you back? Okay, I'll read it. It says carbon-14, radiocarbon, is a radioactive isolate of carbon with an atomic nucleus containing 6 protons and 8 neutrons. Its presence is organic material. Organic material is the basis of the radiocarbon dating method, pioneered by William Levy and colleague. To date, archaeological, geological, and hydrogeological something. Somebody is on my screen, or is it you playing with the background?
I was going to make it larger if you
Okay,
want to
carry
read
on.
it there, or I could read it if you
Okay,
like.
no, it's okay. Carry
Okay.
on reading, because we have to understand this. Carry on.
You want me to read then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I read it. I read it up
I'm,
to the
yep,
first
you've got
bracket,
it up to here.
1949. Yeah.
Yep. So, okay. So carbon-14 was discovered on February 27th, 1940 by Martin Kamen and Sam Rubin at the University of California Radiation Laboratory in Berkeley, California. Its existence had been suggested by Franz Curie in 1934. It goes on to say there are 3 naturally occurring isotopes of carbon on Earth. Carbon-12, which makes up 99% of all carbon on Earth, carbon-13, which makes up 1%, and carbon-14, which occurs in trace amounts, making up about 1 or 1.5 atoms per 10 to the 12th atoms of carbon in the atmosphere. Carbon-12 and carbon-13 are both stable, while carbon-14 is unstable and has a half-life of 5,730 years plus or minus 40 years. Carbon-14 decays into nitrogen-14 through beta decay. A gram of carbon containing 1 atom of carbon-14 per 10 to the 12th atoms will emit about 0.2 beta particles per second. The primary natural source of carbon-14 on Earth is cosmic ray action on nitrogen in the atmosphere, and is therefore a cosmogenic nuclide. However, open-air nuclear testing between 1955 and 1980 contributed to this pool. The different isotopes of carbon do not differ appreciably in their chemical properties. This resemblance is used in chemical and biological research in a technique called carbon labeling. Carbon-14 atoms can be used to replace non-radioactive carbon in order to trace chemical and biochemical reactions involving carbon atoms from any given organic compound. Do you want me to continue?
Can you repeat that last sentence?
Okay. I'll say the whole paragraph. It might make more sense.
Okay.
The different isotopes of carbon do not differ appreciably in their chemical properties. This resemblance is used in chemical and biological research in a technique called carbon labeling. Carbon-14 atoms can be used to replace non-radioactive carbon in order to trace chemical and biochemical reactions involving carbon atoms from any given organic compound.
And if you go back to the first line of the top paragraph.
Oops, just a minute.
Just go up. It says carbon-14 is a radioactive isotope of carbon. And then it says at the bottom, carbon-14 can be used to replace non-radioactive carbon in order to trace chemical, biological reaction involving carbon atom for any organic compound. And when you read it, it says it decays to nitrogen. But all this is in the matter state. In the condition of the plasma body of the man, and in the dimension of the universe, what does radioactive means? Means energetic. And the energetic dimension of this carbon-14 is absolutely amazing because it's not being a beta decay, it's being a dynamic plasmatic field which is continuously travels beyond the speed of light on the matter state. The reason for it, which has never understood or now maybe it can be explained, is neutrons are the source of the energy because they want to decay to create stability. They split into a proton and a neutron, electron to create stable condition for themselves. But in the case of the carbon-14, you have two neutrons at the same time busy releasing, and in that process to do dynamic point centers trying to balance or create a balance in their field interaction, create a line of insulation, a line of magnetic field which does not accept anymore because at the moment it has circled itself. In the term of magnetic insulation and isolation, when you have a double neutron base like this, it means that the matter state of it is within itself. It isolates itself. It has a huge amount of energy to release. And that gives a very high dynamic center to its carbon structure, the other 6 protons and neutrons. And it literally, it catapults this material. A normal carbon does not behave like this. A radioactive material, which means has a huge amount of energy, in a plasmatic condition has a huge, huge amount of energy, which in balance with having no electron to feed off to split into, that it can create a balance of itself to become an atom, it creates what I call super bullet out of carbon-14. And that allows the man to travel the depth of space as a fuel, if you can replicate it. It teaches a lot to those of us who wants to understand, because of this higher speed, it creates a line of transportation for the field matter states of it. Carbon-14 is a plasmatic radioactive, not matter state radioactive, if we can call it that way. It's a source of energy which is so much, it's like a virus sit around the nucleus of the carbon. And because of that amount of energy it gives to it, it just makes a fireball out of the others. It's a free engine. It's a free energy resource for the structure. And when you enter in the dimension of the matter state, a lot of doctors make a mistake between it and nitrogen. Is the cause of many cancers, but it can be understood due to its weight compared to the other carbon. It leads to the combination of matter state interactions. It's a massive ball of fire, and this fire does not stop, because energy released by one neutron to go through what we call splitting, what to become nuclear decay, is automatically absorbed by the other neutron. And in that process, in the dynamic magnetic field, part of the energy in being given to other protons and neutrons, they become active too. And in so many ways, if you understand, aging by what we call carbon-14 dating should give you very clear understanding is the time when you stop the whole process. Then you can trace it when and how it was stopped by itself, or in the process went through a condition has stopped because of lack of transfer of energy. Interesting enough, if we go to the next step and understand that you have a carbon and you have a, in a way, a tritium. Two cells working together. Two cells working in a way as a helium, or in a way as a tritium, and sometimes due to their energy balance, they behave as just two neutrons. What is this will give is the extension in how to understand we age, how fast we age, and why when we use the Gans-Planzer technology on the cell of the man, we see huge changes. Because we interfere with line of field transfer energy. This is why our CH3 Gans shows a lot of characteristics of carbon-14. And if we understand it, we can fully utilize it. When we take measurements on the decay or whatever, we always make a mistake in conversion of the energy of carbon-14 with nitrogen. It's so common that because of it, we have missed many, many parts of the whole structure of the understanding of the work of the body of the man. What I would like to do, I would like to take you to a step to understand this process. I need a whiteboard. Rick, would you like to write in my place, because I cannot, I lost my screen again.
Okay, we do see your whiteboard right now, but
yeah, but I don't have my screen pad. It's okay, I write, no problem. When you have a hydrogen, if you look, it's not an atom in a way, it's a half atom because it doesn't carry any neutrons. Is the lack of neutron in it. The next step here is nitrogen, or if we can put it, carbon-14. Very interesting. How I cannot use my system. Then you understand the process 0 to 14. Now the next 14 comes here. Again carbon 14, but it shows itself as silica. In that process of I've got the problem in writing this down. The next 14, carbon 14, is silica. You understand? You see it there. Another 14. One of the main components life of the man. When you take this to another step, 28, 14. And another 14. It's dynamic. 42. Can somebody tell us what's this 14? In transition of the strength of the magnetic field is Mr. Cohen. Now I appreciate what a beautiful thing I had as a pen. If you look at this again, what does it take us to? Where does it take this to? You come to something very easy.
56.
Yes, I know, I just don't have my screen. Hi Arman, how are you, darling?
Good.
Good, that's good. Now you see how carbon 14 has been the backbone, and different combination of it. Here is 56. The next one is 70. And then look what 70 does, which element sits with you at 70. But you have to remember something very strange. Here, we don't see usually as such what takes place as another element we know with number 42. Then you understand how much our scientists of the past have forgotten and have not seen, because they never considered a dynamic structure that none of it, one of it, 2 of it, 3 of it, 4 of it has created the cycle of life on this planet for mankind. And look at the half balanced lines. And then you see how life of the man has gradually taken shape on this planet. This raises a fantastic question, and that is very, very simply, very, very simple. Would the body of the man, working on a carbon-14 will suit to travel the depth of the universe on the lines of the carbon-14 magnetic field of the universe? It is absolutely a perfect match. And if you look at this zone, you look at this zone, and then you look at every other zone with carbon-12, then you understand how the soul of the man and the physicality of the man, the soul of the man continuously repeat themselves. And that's how we dream. And this is how the two are so close to each other that we have lost sight of our soul. Line of communication of our soul, where through the physicality we communicate energy transfer through carbon-12. But the work of the universe through transfer of the soul is carbon-14. And we live through carbon-12. Our soul lives in the line of communication of carbon-14. And this is how we will travel the space of the universe. Then you understand how easy it should be for mankind to become travelers of the universe. Every indication on the transfer of gravitational magnetic field of the space of the speed of the universe sits within the structure of the amino acid and physicality of the man in a dimension of magnetic fields. You're a perfect match. Now, does the man understand that much? That in checking the physical dimensions in matter state, sees silicon, nitrogen, amino acid and iron? Or is it in reality multiple combination of carbon-14? Then it comes to us a new dimension in the line of communication for control of the space reactors. Understanding the creation of the soul and the dimension of the emotion of the man in the line of physicality and the soul of the man. To understand how to travel, how to nourish, how to multiply in the depth of the universe, or anywhere in the universe. I warned the knowledge seekers yesterday in the teaching, in the private teaching, what was coming. Those of you who work on a dimension of any transfer, transportation, in the dimension of a structural conductivity of the physicality of the man or the soul of the man, now you have found a very big answer. If you look, when you look at the Alex Beats Magraph systems, you use CO2 for communication line for diabetic and everything else. Now you can add the dimension of the transportation of the soul to it. Now man has two choices. Do I want to travel in the dimension of the slow of a carbon, or do I want to travel in the dimension of super speed of the soul? Can I use the plasmatic magnetic field of CH3, which I can produce so easy, to become the giver of energy, is carbon-14? Is there a shortcut to it? Or does actually sugar behave like carbon-14 in superconductivity of the energy of one hydrogen atom? Is this why the body of the man evolved so fast on this planet? Because the presence of the basic sugar, which gives you a carbon-14, which itself already very active, has an additional way to release the energy of to become energy, source of energy. Or is the additional electron or additional neutron or additional proton, depends how you define it, becomes a point that due to interaction of the two neutrons in carbon-14 in a physical collision with the additional proton, lead to release of energy that man needs to create and dynamism in the amino acid, and becomes a source of energy. In a way, we introduce a barrier. When the bullet comes, let's absorb the energy of, and that energy without bullet, the bullet release continuously is by the double protons or neutrons, as you have an energy conformation in the plasma condition, which with the interaction of the lighter one 2 to 1, that is 2 protons conforming with the electron as a neutron in the CH3, with a third one, it's like putting a barrier or creating in a plasmatic film force, very much like you create emotion. This is your 2 hydrogens and this is your single hydrogen. And in that process, where you already have a carbon here, you create a release of energy to the amino acid which is bounded to it. And this amino acid becomes active. It receives energy. It can survive. So if we can increase the binding of CH3 or a carbon-14 in the presence of the body of the man, which creates a continuous supply into the amino acid, which means the amino acid does not need continuously to deplete and then replete it, gives a life of centuries to man. Because there is no damage. There is no continuous depletion refilling it. This is how you can extend life on this planet. Simple understanding of the transfer of the fields of the universe can make a lot of difference for man if the man understands what is going on.
Excuse me, Mr. Kesh, could we get you to just move your microphone away from your mouth a tiny bit, not too much? Thank you.
No, better.
I believe so. Go ahead.
Yes, is it okay?
Sure. Yep.
So now you understand how we can even extend the life of the man through understanding the operation of the carbon-14, and how we can use this operation of carbon-14 to create the fast dynamic motion of the protein or the body of the man in the mission of the soul of the transportation. Now, the science of physiology and the science of the soul of the man is start making sense. Now we can understand much more. Now we can act upon it. We can operate through it. We can extend the life with it. And then we do not depend on a cycle of the rotation of one thing we called the day, the year, or anything else which mankind has chosen to call this thing. Now, which side of the story do you want me to sing for you? Have the scientists been right to measure the decay of life of anything on a carbon-14, or did they miss the boat? Or can we use the operation of carbon-14 to create a new dimension for life of the man in space? Remember last week when I spoke about the separation of the gaps between the galaxies, I spoke about the carbon-14. I start putting things out for you to see what you understand till the next time, till the next teaching, till the next time, might be next time or the time after or time after. But the teaching now starts getting meaning, it starts having understanding. Because if you can create a condition of transfer of the energy in the level of carbon-14, you can tap into the universal transportation line, you can tap into the understanding, creating life for the others who are the passengers of this line to manifest themselves in the portal of life you create. All you do, you create a new bus stop. Would anybody would like to take off here after thing? I have created a condition which I can create that replication. If you want to understand, maybe we can explain, is the superconductivity within the conductivity of the plasma itself. Now you can imagine what the scientists were telling us. Superconductive materials, not only now you have the superconductive materials in the form of the nano layering, now you have superconductive path to transport that. Now that you understand, the body of the man is made of gases. Starts adding up. But do you want to invite everyone in, or do you want to have a specific length or a specific people? You don't want to invite the cousins, but you would like the uncles to come. And you don't know if the uncle will be dressed in the suit or come with pajamas. How do you manifest that only the uncle turns up and no cousins, only the cousins come, you don't want the uncles? Go back to your teaching. Go back to understanding. Go back to understanding of the interaction of the fields of the gravitational field with inertia, which leads to creation and manifestation of the material or matter state. Then you understand. Then you understand you can create the condition of the conformation of existence by introduction of the third strength in the carbon-14, and any passenger of universe which matches into that will manifest in your portal. It's very much when you create a matter state with the interaction of the fields of your cores, it's you who by introduction of the inertia dictates what matter from the energy of the atmosphere will manifest itself. In the case of liquid and iron, we produced blood, hemoglobin. In the case of interaction of the fields, we created gold, zinc, magnesium, and the other one, which we see in the test results as was done independently to confirm what is collected. Now understanding the transfer and transportation and the connection between the soul of the man, which now becomes the language of the universal community, in understanding of his transportation line, now you can invite friends home. And then you dictate what friends and whose friends. I don't want this. I want to see what it gives me as such and such a strength in the spectrum of the magnesium with the carbon 14, and see which creatures of God come up, appear, like the way inertia lead to creation and manifestation of the energy of the universe in the gold or copper. Now we have learned how to manifest our guests. But you can use the same process to become part of, to join into the link of the superhighway of the universe. Till your cousin or your son on planet Zeus has created a condition of the amino acid strength of your carbon 14, which leads you to land there, bosom. Now you understand. Because in that dimension, you travel through the communication line of high speed to what we call the soul speed of the man. Because it's still is combination of amino acid, but still is dynamic that it can link into. Now it's getting tricky, doesn't it? Very, very tricky. Those of you who understood, those of you who maybe understand in the future, have already understood, and you have already entered to produce the portals. But be careful what you do. What did your mother say when you were young and you went on the street? Do not speak with the strangers. And do not every time go out, come back home with a cat and a dog. How many of you had that? Mom is the last cat I ever bring, I promise you that. Now we open you the portals. Who's gonna turn up? And how good you have made the confirmation and process of the soul level which you have invited. what does this mean to you? Those of you who were hoping that something might pop out of the jackpot.
In the Q&A, Mr. Keshe, Dimitri mentions or asks the question, so when we use the flight system of the soul of the man, we are using carbon-14 within ourselves?
I don't know, what do you think?
Well, he also followed up 2 minutes later with another question. So using carbon-14 within our cells is a result of conduct? I think that's when you mentioned superconductivity. Is the use of carbon-14 a result of conduct in a way? It's kind of a play on words, but maybe it's true.
What a beautiful day. We don't leave guessworks, it's understanding. And understanding the knowledge. Comprehending the totality. This is what it's about. It's about the total existence.
Mr. Cash?
Yes.
Very fantastic.
Would you like to introduce yourself, please? We know who you
This is Lin, and from China,
Yes.
from the beautiful country, and a lot of people love you here. Yes, I think you bring us so fantastic teaching today, but that's remind me a video what I watched before. It's about meditation from Buddhism teaching. And from there, I remember it shows like a white connection line when the soul come out from the body and travel in the deep space, and it's always connected with the physical body. So when you talk about carbon-14, I was thinking maybe that is the carbon-14 field inside the body, and they find the match strength of the universe carbon-14, and then the soul just travel outside of the body. Is that true?
The color of the brain of the man is a strange key to the color of the soul. When we look at the structure of the brain, we see a very white color, creamish white color. And different points of the brain has slightly different creamish white color, which is combination of the magnesium and carbon and zinc. Because if you have made a combination of the magnesium, zinc, and CO2 in GANs, and you just change the ratio slightly, you get a perfect, perfect match of the structure of the physicality of the brain of the man in this dimension. Has any of you ever made GANs of silica?
We've made a lot in Arizona.
What color is it?
Tan. Light
Pardon?
tan. Light tan.
Like what?
Like a cream color.
Good morning. How many of you have made zinc GANs?
Again, we've made a lot of zinc.
Whitish snow?
White as snow.
CO2 is whitish creamish. Silica is whitish creamish. It's the Cohen protein, transparent. Zinc, whitish creamish. Isn't the brain of the man, which holds the containment of the soul of the man, perfect match for man to become man of space? Is this, or can we consider as many of you made, I presume, the calcium GANs too? What color is the calcium GANs?
Whitish creamish.
Can I say good morning?
And calcium has also an isotope 42, which is stable.
Good morning. Have we found a joint and balance connection between both the containment and control of the physicality of the man, the containment and control of the soul of the man? Has our soul been traveling on the dimension of the physicality of the man? And that's why we dream through our soul, and it gets registered in the dimension of understanding and memory of the physicality of the man. Is the matter state of the physicality of the man, the copper, and the coating of it of the same balance strength, the nano coating which creates a superconductivity to the dimension of the soul of the man? have believed that double life, a life of physicality, superseded or super covered by the dimension of the superconductivity on the level of one matter state, which is connected to the universal dimension, which is our soul has already been built, been developed, and been from the beginning on the direction and in the presence of the soul of totality of the universe. You know what a nanomaterial is? Does not matter what, space gap is the same. 14, 14, 14, doesn't matter what material you are. Space myself because I have a field which can link up between double and triple. Now, half of the mystery of the life of the man maybe is sorted. Maybe now you can understand how man has lived a double life. Something a mystery here. This sits 78.
So are you speaking about selenium in that case, Mr. Kesh, with the 78? Selenium is 78.96 or something as its weight. And selenium is, I know, one of the essential elements for the body and is deficient in many soils, like in the local area where I happen to live in.
And yourself, please.
Sorry, pardon me? Did you say?
Explain.
Well, I just know that there's a local organic gardener, and she's mentioned to me that selenium is one of the essential elements. We see, iron, of course, is one, and of course the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And I believe the silica as well is one of the essentials. And the thing is that I think due to certain conditions, local conditions, many soils can be depleted of selenium. So it ends up that we
But
don't get
we are
enough
not,
from
we are looking at 74, 78.
78. Yeah.
It's five and a half times 14. It's not a multiple of 14.
Pardon?
It's an oddity because it's a little further from 70. It's five and a half times 14.
So we should have, you mean it should be 56 plus 14 to go to the next step?
70. Yes. But now, if you look at 78,
It's 70 plus 2 volumes.
you see, if you have a 56 and you have another 14, it gives you 70. But if you go up to half a weight of the atomic mass of oxygen, then you get the combination gravitational field forces of this planet which locks into it. Or the other way, if you look at it, if you add part of magnetic field effect of 4 oxygen to the same combination, you'll end up somewhere around the copper and zinc. If you take the combination mass elements of oxygen, which attracts and locks the man into the physicality of this earth, that ties up the energy of the soul of the man to the physicality of this planet, which gravitational field, magnetic field forces of the gravitational field of this planet, we always said is oxygen. You go 4 times 16. Then you see how zinc has become part of the structure physicality of the man. Then you see through the carbon 14 how the soul of the physicality of the man has got tangled into the gravitational field of the body of the man. And then you can see how the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man has got locked into each other. You don't understand, let me explain. Here, I have the next step. Yeah, 68. Here, I have Now here I have the zinc connected to magnetic field, gravitational field of the oxygen, which ties up with a gravitational magnetic field element of non-ferro but in gas state or plasma state of 68 of the oxygen. Now you see, if I add a 14 here to it, how the whole structure locks into each other. Here you bring the emotion, dimension of the control. Now you understand. Here.
I think you drew that number as 68, and I think it should be 64 up there. Up top. You circled. Should be 64.
Oh, yes, 64, sorry. Now you understand how the physicality of the man, the soul of the man, and the connection between the soul and the physicality, conductivity have locked into each other. And why when you dream you remember it in a physical dimension and you remember what the mama said. And only happens in the dimension of the magnetic field of the soul and the common denominator of the 14. Now, maybe you understand why we remember everything of our dreams. Because we bring it in and we lock it in into the physical dimension. It is very, very easy to understand. How man has got himself into the whole cycle of creation. The atmosphere of this planet has just created the condition and the availability of the field forces. That's all has happened. Combination of the carbon-14 and the carbon in line of the connection with the physicality and everything else has continuously played back and forth. If you add 6 or 7 of the half of carbon itself, 6 to 14, you get 20. What is 20? If you add half of the weight of nitrogen to the nitrogen mass, which is 7, you get 21, 22. Sodium, and then you see how the structure has picked up. How man has got trapped into the physicality just by accidentally creating a condition, one to the physical dimension of this magnetic field of this planet, irrespective of its matter state, to its gaseous state, which is the oxygen, one through the dimension of the matter state of this planet, which is through its carbon, and then one in the dimension of the strength of the work of the universe communication or transportation line, which is carbon-14. Man has always worked in all the 3 dimensions. Now you know why you remember your dreams. Why the color of the body, the soul of the man contained within the white shade of the brain of the man. Everything else is matching up to fit in. Everything else is there, sitting. Connection of the physicality, connection of the soul of the man, connection with the matter state, which is in a way is a compromise between the two, and the gravitational magnetic field of this planet. Every half or a carbon addition to carbon-14 gives you a connection with your physical dimension. Then you understand how the both magnetical to do with the gravitational field to hold on to in the dimension of the existence of the field of the plasma of the body has led to creation of the same connection with universal communication line and magnetic field. One works in the dimension of physicality, one works in the dimension of the soul of the man, and one works in the dimension of the soul of the physicality. But the dimension of the soul of the man and the dimension of the physicality of the man sits in its dimension of the soul of the physicality, which is through the blood. That's how the link has been locked in. This is how the field moves from physicality dimension, the blood, the copper, the zinc. Now we can see the structure. Now we can see how we can travel in the dimension of the physicality, or we can travel in the dimension of the soul of the man. If we bring the inertial condition of the gravitational field of the gaseous, which we are totally in the plasma condition, which is oxygen, then we have the manifestation of the containment of the physicality of the soul of the man, which is the zinc, which is the amino acid, which is silica, which is carbon-14 and the carbon. Now, mankind should be very easy for it to understand why when you dream and you remember your dream, where it actually is communication on the line of your soul, and you call it a dream. Some of you have enough influence on the transformation between the carbon and carbon-14 that you can even call it a wish. But in fact, you have understood how to tap in to the soul of the man. Now you understand when we were explaining how you can control the space reactors with thoughts, with a wish. I want to go to the left. Good morning, John.
I'm awake and paying attention.
What made you to make so much silicon?
Because right now our bodies are made carbon based, and I've heard a lot of talk and teachings about going to a crystalline based, which is silica. So now it starts to make sense because um, I can see where that silica is comes in the equation.
But you can see how silica controls Mr. Cohen.
Now I do.
Now, does it mean that in your systems you have to always consider to be connected to the use of amino acid?
We've always had everything that we do. We connect to amino acids, which is our connection to
Able to
us.
think and your system should fly.
You just have to tweak a couple little things, and we'll be right there.
A lot of tweaking to do. Now, hopefully, we see we understand why we dream at this level, but we live at this level. Now, where do you think the line of connection to the strength of the soul of the man sits? Still waiting.
Right now it sits at zinc 64, but it's along the pathway of carbon 14 is a pathway to
Iodine.
soul.
Ninth.
I'm waiting hour.
14 times 9.
0.9.
No, not 14 times 9.
Yeah, 0.9 times.
It goes to iodine.
Do you remember iodine somewhere else we mentioned years ago?
Long time ago.
Those who worked on it, do you remember what it came to?
What was the question? I couldn't hear.
I said, do you remember what was number one iodine came to be? I think somebody worked out that should be the strength of the soul of the man.
Yes. You told us.
Yes, I remember that being mentioned as well.
Is it correct?
Now you understand, very much so. But you understand the position of and the connection of with physicality.
Now we do.
Now a lot of mysteries come together. You have to understand this if you are going to play with portal. Are you moving the soul? Are you moving the physicality? Because if you take the element of iodine, 126 magnetic energy field, it's in fact 11 times, 11 and a half times, taking percentage of field conductivity of the carbon is round the interaction of the field forces of the matter state of the body of the man, which is carbon 12. This is where the soul of the man connects to the physicality of the man, in the dimension of the strength. After 2 years, 3 years, we just come back to the same point again. But now we understand what we need. So, when you make your portals, the random calculation is how many times the strength of the gravitational and the magnetical fields of carbon 14 gives you the speed of the travel in the dimension of the lines of the transportation of the lines of the fields of the universe by order of the magnitude. The speed of light does not come into it. It's like they say you have a yacht with an engine which can do, or a boat with an engine which can do 100 kilometers an hour, but they don't tell you the river you are on is only traveling at 400. So when it comes to measuring and understanding the transportation through the dimension of the portal or dimension of the soul of the man, in so many ways the dimension multiple of carbon 14 fits directly into the soul of the man. So in a way, if you look at it, you travel 9 times by speed to the direction of position, and then you can tighten it by the order of magnitude. This is the, we are not talking about the speed of light. Speed of light does not exist only in the matter state. An entity does not go through phase change. I was explaining that in the teaching yesterday, that somebody said we go through another dimension, and I explained that very, very simply. I was explaining to a number of Iranian scientists this morning. When you travel with the speed of sound and you break the sound barrier as you go through it, the aircraft with a pilot, does it change on the other side of the sound barrier? Does it become a different aircraft or does it become a different man? Sound barriers again is a magnetic field compression. Even you call it the air compression. Air is made of magnetic field. So when the man goes through the speed of light in the matter state, when it does, will it come out to a new dimension? Or as you pass every time, does the pilot become a donkey and the plane becomes a monkey and everything else changes every time you pass through? So you come to understand you have found a way, a measuring method, a way to be able to roughly guess what speed you're going to go, where you're going to go, and where have you set the dimension to the amino acid, the strength of the soul of the man to land up where you want to be. You move the man through the strength of his soul.
Hello, Mr. Kish. Oops. Should be another minute or two for Mr. Kish to come back. Bear with us, please.
Moved in the dimension of the soul of the man, and he moved on.
We couldn't hear anything before you said.
Those of you, I didn't say anything, I got dropped off. I'm just back. You haven't missed anything, I imagine.
Okay.
And I lost all my pictures, but it's good. Now we understand the process. Now we start learning how to make the framework. You have to make a common denominator framework which allows and respects not only the soul of the physicality, if you want to go in the dimension of physicality, but respects the soul of the man too. The strange thing is not many creatures have this combination to be able to travel the span of universe. Now you see the advantage of being a human. Very, very few races come to this combination. Now we start building a framework. We start putting new rules, new dimensions. Which is actually CH3. Then you understand how close man is to be able to become the passengers of the universe. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. And once again, I'll remind the attendees they can put the hand up and we can recognize you to speak. And panelists can see fit or put your hand up. And we have one question in particular from Angelina, as you were in there. She says, it is interesting to think about the ratio between those elements. Why did you pick up these specific elements? Are they the ones that compose the whole human being?
I didn't pick up the gravitational field force of this planet has done for billions of years. Because it has to work in both dimensions. You know, it's very easy, you have to understand it's very easier said and then past maybe 48 hours after repeated it 2 or 3 times. You travel 24 hours a day with the speed of the planet. you, of its own, you travel with a speed of 10,000 to be the passenger of this solar system. You travel with a speed of 100,000 to be passenger of the galaxy. And you travel with a speed of 1 billion to be passenger of the universe. And every one of them therefore has a field force effect on the creation of the man. This is how, at the speed you travel, the collisions you create to lead to the creation of. If the speed of this planet was not 1,500, 1,600, let's say, kilometers an hour to create it 24 hours, and you would have traveled at 2,200 RPM, or what's called it, kilometers hour per hour, that your day was, let's say, 16 or 15 hours or whatever it could be, then that speed dictates a different field's creation in respect to the atmosphere of this solar system. And if that creates that speed, which means should be another field forces exerted by the sun on the earth, or the combination of mixture of the earth itself, or our annual rotation becomes 200 days on the same orbit, it means we are going fast. It means we produce interaction of different fields, and the structure will change on this planet. You turn up a grinding stone, and you hold your knife, fix it to the position. Does it create the same spark at 1,600 than 2,200? It's totally different. So the environment of this universe, the speed of rotation of it, the speed of rotation of the earth, the speed of rotation of the solar system, now we understand has the effect on the creation of elements in the different position of this solar system or this universe or this galaxy. And that combination has its enforcement on the others. This is go back to the teaching past years. I keep on referring to many times in teachings that one not only we get the what you call the fields or radiation from the interaction of the field of the earth and the sun, we get radiations, we get fields from outside the solar system, which is interaction affects our life. As it affects us and it comes into it, it dictates part of our structure. So we are not just connected to 24 hours field strength of this planet, because now the field of the sun counts too. So we have a common denominator at the end of it, which is carbon-14, which is again affects our condition to the speed of the travel of the matter, field strength of the soul of the man. We call it the soul, but it's the packages of the energy which has in line accepted to be in conjunction with the fields of this planet. You got to understand very simple principle, and that is, if we have no motors, that we don't see any motors rotating this planet, then we have no motors to rotate the galaxies in the spans of the universe, how stronger the field strength of carbon-14 or the winds of the universe has to be that can create such an interaction rotation with and cause of the galaxy to rotate. The speeds of the fields of universe are many multiple larger than 1 billion. How you get one of these, what you call it, windmills, children windmills, and blow on it, it has no motor. The speed you blow the air dictates how fast it goes. And still, there is so much surplus energy that the speed of the blade cannot catch up with, or is not enough. If the winds of the universe can create the galaxies to move at 1 million kilometers an hour, how stronger they are, that in slowing down in interaction matter states they create. This goes back to what I keep on saying, that no man has ever managed to measure the speed of magnetic fields, be it in the matter state, be it in the speed of the universal magnetic field. Then you can travel the speed of the universe at any speed depending on what you're locking yourself to, for what reason. Then is not 9 times, is order of magnitude 9 times the speed of universal magnetic field, because that energy of the extra neutron is dictated and controlled by the universal field forces. Has no friction. Is purely on the speed of the center, the principal matter speeds of itself. It's not anymore the order of what they call it multiplication, is the order of magnitude. Then you understand, man, that the speed of the carbon-14 must be dictated by a higher speed of order from outside the universe, which condition of it, part of it is connected to the speed of the travel of the soul of the creator. Then can we create a portal that can attract the travels of different universes? Now, I hope you understand.
Mr. Kesh, Doug had asked in the Q&A earlier, is this pure spiritual / plasma science extending into the matter state science to help us combine the 2 dimensions?
Good morning.
And we have a question from Christian in the Q&A. I am passing on a question by Holger Holchem Hanschken, who cannot attend. Can you please give us practical advice and training on how to use emotions for communication with our soul or soul?
Find a common denominator between the strength of the soul, line of communication, and the strength of matter, line of communication. It's somewhere around 160. Which is 10 times the magnetic gravitational field of the, what do you call it? Oxygen, gravitational field of oxygen. If you multiply 12 by 14, gives you something like 166. And then you have somewhere between that, and then somewhere with iodine, which is the soul of the man, with the dimension of containment of the strength of it. Now you know the strength of it. To contain it, you have to be higher. If iodine was 126, you have to give it a stronger cage that it can contain it, which is 166. If it's lower, it escapes. And if you find a combination of the elements of, in so many ways, the totality of the structure, which is in so many ways very, very much the containment of the amino acid of the man, then it gives you the dimension of the existence. Take into consideration possibilities of all the fields, because if you multiply 42, 43 by 4 times, it gives you how it comes to be part of the structure of the creation of the matter state of the brain of the man. Now a lot of things fits, doesn't it? Now maybe you understand why we even have a calcium skull. This is how you understand why they find carbon-14 even in our bones. It comes from the universal field forces, not from the body of the man. And it's got such a lapse, such a strength, that it's easy to travel. It's a foreigner, it's out of this world. But it's part of the common denominator and it's dictated the structure of the man. It's dynamic, but has a what we call a beta effect, as you call it. So it means it interacts with the matter state. So calcium can block it, can hold it, can contain it. When you look at the brain of the man, you understand about the soul of the man and the creation of the physicality of it. It creates a field for pull that it becomes part of a cycle. Now I have to teach something very, very strange, but it's beautiful. Man will understand how he's come to be created. You know, go this way. Okay, let's look at something. Sorry about this, I don't have my pen. I said will help me next week to be able to make it. This is your one part of your brain. This is one part of your brain. This is what you have as a beautiful soul. Sorry, it's too powerful. You got to understand this little chap is dynamic. And now you understand the strength of it. But it creates a gravitational magnetic field forces which is equal, the same as you extracted CO2 from the environment. Very much, I cannot use a white color, I use yellow color. It gives you, it pulls in and it creates your skull, calcium, due to its forces. But as the calcium comes and sits and finds its position like the crust of the earth, now very much like a dynamic lava, it grinds on it and it continuously feeds itself from it, that it falls in and it creates the seed of the physicality of the brain of the man. But its pull gets it continuously extending on it, but inside grinds it to get the strength that it needs for its existence. We look at the physicality of the brain, but how come it's got that shape? There is a magnetic field flow, wind as you call it here. And what strength it creates and it has dictates the shape of this wind. This is like when we give a water to somebody and we tell them this is a water, but it's GANS. It's not normal water. It has a field around it. Excuse me, sir. This is GANS too, huh? And your soul is contained within the structure of the GANS. It has a wind around it too. So it grinds to it. It releases field forces of it. Now you might understand a little bit more. Don't forget, read book number 1. At what point, or read book number 3, or very well explaining number 4. That's how the surface of this planet, or any planet, has decided. So the skull of the man is the same. Is the interaction gravitational magnetic field of the soul in a different strength of itself gives the dimension of the brain, with its atmosphere gives the skull of the man. And where he's lost it, he's found a loophole or a leak on it, it becomes the spine of the man. And then you get legs and arms. And then you get what you have to deal with the physical part of this planet. And beautifully, covers the soul of the man in it through the dimension of physicality, but we call it the neural system. We are reaching gradually the point of departure. We're all on the same train and we're getting to the terminal. In this city, the airport, the train station, the bus station, the taxis, all go from the same destination. You're in a hurry, you have the money, you fly. You're in a hurry, but you have time, you get a train. You're in a hurry, but you don't have that much, you get a bus. But you can go on your own, you get a taxi. You want to travel with the speed of the soul, you want to travel with the speed of universe, you want to travel as a sightseer, I would like to be on a spaceship. Now is the choice of the man. And I have taught you all of it now. Maybe a little bit still left. With the spaceship, with the reactors, with the cores, we showed you if you like to go with a donkey. You're a sightseer, you have all the time in the world, you want to get up, you want to go. It's your choice. You want to go fast, it's too far. You can take a jump budget and go through the dimension of the soul, but you have to understand. I told you, when I take man to space, I take him not a subordinate, but total knowledge is his choice. I'm not interested building factories and companies and whatever. I'm interested to take the man, but sometimes I have to bribe this little chap with some sweeties somewhere. Just to get him to the line that he can decide, and it's there. There is another flight system, but I introduce you to carbon 14 dimension. There is a much faster way than this. But in time, when man educated, we teach more. But this is good enough. You're traveling millions of times, but the order of magnitude and the speed of light, the guy said he cannot travel. Now you understand how fast the knowledge is getting transferred. Most of it you do not understand because the comprehension of the totality is not there. But most of it, as I said, we teach through the voice, but the soul of the man for the others. And in the future, man will understand. If you don't forget and just make a pyramid and you forgot how it works, it's no good having a most advanced washing machine in the house when you lost the manual, you don't know how to operate it, huh? Keep the manual, learn the teachings, and then you decide. You can wash it with your hand, or you can put in high speed clean. Just don't lose the manual, because suddenly say, oh, the guy said that 1,000 years ago. I hope it won't be that long for mankind. But I showed you how you can extend your life if you want to have 1,000 years just to mess around. And if you're like Arman, you want it yesterday. I have a patience beyond patience. I could have taught you just the first year, you would have never understood. You haven't managed even to make a spaceship except a couple of governments. civilians have not managed, and you have more details, but they have a lot of budget, a bunch of people, reverse technology do it, but they still have that problem. Now, let's see, who builds the portal, the government or the mankind? A free man.
Next week we have the first free man or non-government launching of a spaceship for humans in the future. It's just a spaceship now, but the humans will be traveling in it shortly. It's the first time that a private company, this is SpaceX with Elon Musk, a private company is about to launch a rocket into space. Of course, that's the fire-breathing dragon type rockets that we see with the fire coming out the back.
What is it supposed to do?
What is it supposed to do?
Yeah.
Take humans to the moon or Mars, or at least into space. Right now, they only have been using a government agency rockets, either from Russia or from the US or whatever. It's always been government agencies and NASA and so on involved. And now it's the first time it's a private company, SpaceX. So it's, in a way, the people are getting a little more control over that situation. Maybe the next step will be more from the population rather than the governments.
Good luck with his rocket going through the Van Allen radiation belt.
You're waiting, Rick?
For?
John asked the question.
Oh, about the radiation Van Allen belts? Well, that's why they have aluminum hulls, for example, which dissipates the radiation when they go through that. And they simply don't have radio communication during that time. It's the way I understand it from the rocket technology thing. It's not that big a deal.
Didn't NASA guy says we have never passed it?
That was part of the rumors of the not going to the moon thing. But anyway, there's a quote from Shine in the chat that came from, he says it came from Nikola Tesla, who said, "My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I have not penetrated into the secrets of this core, but I know that it exists."
Oh, I called it the soul of the man. Now we know, Tesla, darling.
Yes. Doug mentions, are we then the pilots of our physicality as we are also pilots of the universe?
If you understand the totality, we can pilot anywhere. It's just us who's afraid of the reality.
David says, Mr. Keshe, when you talk about the speed of the soul of the creator, is it matching the speed of our soul?
In essence, in inner sanctums, yes.
Dan mentions earlier, I'm not sure if this will make sense now, but 9CH3 is lymph blood energy.
Repeat yourself.
He says 9CH3 lymph blood energy, question mark. Dan sometimes has sort of broken English. It's a bit hard to decipher.
Don't know, try.
If you want to say something about that, Dan, we can allow you to.
In so many ways, understanding the totality in all aspects, this is what we're trying to bring out. And this is the hardest part. Many of you will suffer with this till you understand. You're going to look at it. I was with a bunch of scientists, all PhDs, doctorates and postdoctorates and everything else. And after 5 hours of talking, the last minute before they leave, one said, now I understand, this is magnetic field has got nothing to do with the matter state. Now I understand why nothing fits into what I've been taught as a PhD and a doctorate. You have to understand is the limitation of the fields. Don't look at it in a matter state.
As soon as we're outside of the fields of the earth, then the whole thing of matter won't matter.
If we can create it on this planet, it'll matter too. You know, people make, they make these pools to create the dimensions, pressure field forces of the depth of the oceans experimentally, because they can't go that deep. They can replicate it by creating more pressure to test. Now we have the facility to test the space conditions, if you understand how to make the portholes. And I've given you other races less than these are already in space, but you lot men take too long. You're too slow coaches.
No, you take your time.
You know what the guy said? Do not keep your silence. I keep my silence. Or what do you say? Say now or hold your peace. I keep my peace because I am at peace. You got to understand. Every opportunity in different dimensions is given to man. As I said, you got a donkey, you got a motorbike, you're gonna go with a jumbo jet, you're gonna go with Mr. Moss, you want to go with what do you call it, NASA. You have all the options. Many of you tested but never understood. Maybe this time I can explain it somehow that it can be understood. Why does CH3 works with the body of the man?
Mr. Keshe, when we produce CH3, do we also produce carbon-14?
Fields of it, if you know what you're doing, well, you can extract it. But why does CH3 works with the body of the man and is so effective? Because the carbon and the hydrogens Doesn't make necessarily 15, does it? In the mixture of it, some of them is 16, like oxygen, it holds on to and it just drains it. When you gravitate something to you, it means you give it energy to give it more to come to you. It's not the tow bar pulling it. You have to think in a plasmatic condition, where the stronger plasma gives to the weaker to make it balance and bring it to itself. You call it alkalineness. How much more can I teach? Oh my God, Armin, move. Maybe another way we call it gravitational magnetic field forces of the universe is around about carbon-14. Does that make sense to you? And depends where you're standing on the line. Is it passing you, or you're part of it? Are you in the middle of the river, or you got to the end when it's the lake is going nowhere? Or do you make that lake, that's the one where I want to stand? If you learn how to interact and create, very much, very much. Oh my God. I'm going to open a door for those of you who understand. If you don't understand, I'm sorry. It's a game. Game is checkmate, as we call it. You remember this? You call it deuterium. Do you remember this? You call it carbon-14. You remember another chap who sat here? Do you remember I mentioned to you, if you have a deuterium, you can make anything in the universe? These have to be understood on the gravitational magnetic field flow of the fields of the universe, not matter state of the universe. Now, let's play a game. 7 times much stronger by order of magnitude. And you're sitting in the carousel of the universe. And your reactor is this. And a universal is this. Center pointed to the center of the universe. You can imagine what the speed you can travel in the speed of the universe in trying to pull you to it. Why do you give energy? Why do you become a lover? You give more than what you take. Because inside you can add to it. Inside you, you're part of the creator of the energy. If you are receiving 14 and you're giving 16, where does the 2 come? It comes from the inner essence of your existence. It means it's within you, it's within the structure of the soul of the man, it's the structure of the soul of the physicality of the man. Read, I keep on repeating it, read the front of the Keshe Foundations. We are here to serve and not to be served. When you serve, you give more, but where does it come as you receive that you can give more? Why the North Pole of this planet is warmer than the South? Because it's more energetic when it interacts with the fields of the universe. So it creates more heat, it's warmer. Where does that extra comes from? It means your inner sanctum has, it pulls in from the totality of the environment. What else? How much more can we teach? And why are you lot so slow? I can hear Amon breathing. Shall we call it a day? It's nearly 7:30. I've been teaching nearly
3.5.
12 hours in past 24 hours, maybe
Whoa.
more. I've gone from one thing to another and one thing to another. I had to stand for somebody who wasn't there last night till about 2:30, 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Then I had to teach a bunch of scientists this morning, nearly 5 hours, and here 3.5 hours, and some yesterday I had to teach again to some others. But in the teachings we are moving right to the advanced levels on the verge of the breakthrough. But we just need a little bit more people to understand. We need to carry the governments with us at this stage, and they're boarding. Anything else, or shall we call it a day?
Well, I'm sure you're exhausted. You've been really putting out here, Mr. Keshe.
Mr. Keshe, it's 6:30. It's not 7:30. You taught for 3.5 hours. It's 6:30.
This time around, but he's also talking about earlier today and so on.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Oh, are you back from Amazon?
Yes, I came back on Saturday.
Did you bring us some prana fish?
No, I ate prana. So I didn't bring any.
Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Mr.
And thank you, and Happy New Year to our Chinese listeners and Chinese Keshe Foundation team. And we'll see what the new year brings. We are all in a new year. The Christians, now the Chinese, and next month the Iranians. Why don't we always celebrate all the time? Forget about all these things, that is something bad happened.
Mr. Keshe, there was one thing that was just brought to my attention by Pete about the paper from Radai. Would you like to hear that today or have that next week?
What is that?
The one that Shandor will translate regarding the cucumber and tomatoes, agricultural.
Yeah, if you want to, why not? I'm sending you something very interesting, Rick. And the future, we'll talk about it. It's on your secure line. Very, very interesting. Most probably some of you have already seen it. But it's very interesting for those of you who haven't seen it. Then we'll explain something very, very interesting in the future with it.
Oh, yes. Okay.
This is coming to you now. I hope.
Yeah, I see it there.
What do you see?
About earthquakes, you mean? Or is
No.
that?
Oh, that's not. I don't know. Somebody has got to tell that to Armin. I'm keeping out of that discussion.
Okay, that's a different. Sorry,
that's a different. Okay, you received this one on your. You received this on your. Where are you? Okay, you're there. This is very interesting because I'll come back later on to it in part of the teaching, but it's good to have it as a reference point. Some of you might have seen this, and in so many ways, it's not exclusive of mankind, and it's very, very strange. I mean, seeing it. Have you received it?
Yeah, I got that picture. Do you want me to show that? Is that the thing? Or?
Yeah, I'll send you 2 pictures. Very interesting. If it needs editing, edit it. I don't know what you received.
Well, it has some Chinese markings on it that are from somewhere in China. I'm not sure where the picture came from, or if it's.
Which one you received that way?
With the snake.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll send you another one. Forget about it. I'll send you this one. I think this doesn't have it, but it's very, very interesting in how we open our eyes to different dimensions. Ooh, no. No, that. You know, it just shows I'm totally.
Careful the buttons you push.
Well, there it goes. This one is a quick one. There. Here we are. I sent you a new one with no writing on it.
Let me just get that.
You have a green one and a red one, yeah?
Green one.
I send you another one, a green one.
Just see the red one.
Okay, a green one is on its way. You can share one at a time.
You just have to find a way to get them off of here. There we go. Second here.
Is it coming up?
Just checking my folder. Yes, okay. So you want the green one or the red one first?
Either one. It's just something.
This is the red one. And maybe I can put both on, actually on the desktop here. Okay, share. So we have the image of a double-headed snake on the left. That's what you wanted to present.
Yes.
And there's another small animal there, like is that the food for the snake, or is it? I'm not sure what the relationship. It looks like a little hamster or something.
Pardon?
That's with the
Yeah.
snake there. What is that animal that's with the snake? And what's the,
Invitee for the dinner.
This one eating that on.
and we have the double-headed turtle with the right-hand picture.
Yes.
So what else would you like to say about that, Mr. Kish?
You see how even animals have two heads, two souls?
Okay, I've got Red-Eye is ready to present when you're ready, Mr. Kesh.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, if Pete and or Shandor could help out and we can make that presentation ready.
You might want to promote him to panelist to allow him sharing his screen.
I believe I did already, but I'll try again.
I'm promoted. Can I sharing?
Yes, please.
Good day for all.
Yes, hello, and is it Red-Eye? Red-Eye?
Yes, Radi. It's a Russian name. Radi, okay. Yes. Thank you very much. I want to share my screen.
Yeah, you just asked for remote control there, and I said yes, but I didn't. You didn't want to control my screen. You want to control your screen, actually. So I did it incorrectly. There you go. Yes, now we see yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I will continue in Romanian, but my English is very, very bad. I studying English by myself and not in school. Sandor will help me for this reason. Bună ziua pentru toți, mă numesc Radu Babanu.
Good day to all, my name is Radu Babanu.
Eu trăiesc în Republica Moldova, o mică și frumoasă țară între Ucraina și România.
I live in Moldavian Republic, a little and beautiful country between Romania and Ukraine.
Știința plasmatică o studiez de 2 ani, în mod practic, am făcut gansuri, nano-coating, deci mă interesează și timp de 2 ani deja studiez de sine stătător.
I have been studying the plasma science since 2 years. I did nano-coating of materials, I made ganses, plasma waters. So I'm studying on my own.
Da. Deci am obținut destul de bune rezultate în privința însănătoșirii a mele, în familie și între prieteni. Și am hotărât să... Da, spune, Sandru.
Fragmente mai scurte sunt mai ușoare. I have obtained good results in improving the health of family members and friends.
Da, și anul trecut, deci în 2018, am hotărât să fac un experiment agriculturic.
And last year, in 2018, I decided to do an agricultural experiment.
Da, eu trăiesc în Tiraspol și nu am teren mare, deci lângă casă am doar 2 mici terenuri foarte nefavorabile.
I live in Tiraspol city, and I have a very little terrain for gardening, 2 very small lots, and the soil is not proper for good gardening.
Un teren, cum puteți vedea, este chiar lângă, situat de-a lungul gardului, 6 metri lungime și doar 4... Da. Deci 6 metri lungime și 40 cm lățime, cu sol foarte puțin.
One little terrain is near the fence. It has 6 meters length and 40 centimeters width, as you can see. It has the portion, the area near to the fence. And the soil is very poor.
Al doilea teren este situat între 4 pereți în spatele casei, unde este foarte întuneric și tot sol puțin.
The next terrain is in the back of the house. It's again with very small surface, very little light, and very poor soil.
Orice încercare de a cultiva ceva pe aceste locuri nu a avut succes anii precedenți niciodată.
In the previous years, I never had successful results in any trial of putting any kind of plants in those little terrains.
Și am hotărât să încerc să văd, oare va ajuta plasma în așa condiții foarte grele.
So I decided to test will plasma help in such difficult conditions.
Da. Anul trecut, 2018, pe data de 12 aprilie, am plantat roșii cu tulpină înaltă și cu tulpină joasă, deci pe două.
Last year, in April 2018, I tried to plant 2 kinds of tomatoes, one with a shorter height and the other a taller height, 2 kinds of tomatoes.
Nu am fost sigur că vor supraviețui răsada. Deci am cumpărat răsada foarte devreme, mai devreme decât oricine. Nu se plantează în acest Sandru, să lămurești că e prea devreme. Deci la sfârșitul lui aprilie, începutul lui mai doar se plantează la noi. Noi am plantat pe 12 aprilie și nu eram sigur că va supraviețui răsadul.
I bought the seedlings very early, and I wasn't sure that by 12th of April, when I put them out, the seedlings will start growing and will maintain life. Because in our area, usually we put out the seedlings around the end of April, beginning of May, and it was at a very early date in 12th of April, when the weather was not favorable.
Yes. După 4 săptămâni, am fost foarte bucuroși să vedem că tot răsadul a supraviețuit și înflorește.
In 4 weeks, we have been very pleasantly surprised and very happy to see that all the seedlings survived and they were growing.
Da. Deci nu am lămurit. Acum am să lămuresc. Deci
so what I didn't clarify earlier, I will clarify now.
Deci pentru tratare plasmatică am folosit GANS cu câmpuri de magneziu preparat din preparatul Asparcam. Cum puteți citi pe ecran?
For the plasma waters, I use GANs which contained, besides the CO2, also magnesium and potassium. And the source of magnesium and potassium was from some pills from the pharmacy named Asparcam. Similar pills are available in different countries under different brand names. They are usually given for heart. It's a potassium aspartate and magnesium aspartate.
Yes, yes. Cost few cents. It's very little cost. Deci, în acest mix de gansuri am adăugat aminoacid, puțin, din reactorul de CO2.
In this GANS mix, I added a little amino acid extracted from the CO2 plasmatic reactor.
Da. Și după ce am pus toate acestea într-o butelie mai mare pentru a avea mai multă plasmă, am adăugat și puțin CHP GANS pentru energie.
So then I put these gases into a bottle of 6 liters, and I added also 5 milliliters of CH3 GANS in order to provide some energy.
Yes, yes. Tratarea am făcut-o așa, deci prima săptămână am stropit cu această lichidă plasmă, cu soluții.
So regarding the plasma treatment, first week I used this plasma water or solution of liquid plasma of CO2, which I sprayed on the surface of the plants.
Era CO2, fiindcă restul gansului nu era gata. Deci până se pregătea celălalt gans, era numai CO2 prima săptămână.
I used only CO2 because that was already available. Meanwhile, the other GANs, that with magnesium and potassium, was under preparing, so it was not yet ready in the first week. In the first week, I used whatever was available. It was just CO2.
În perioada următoare am stropit, deci am spreiat, am pulverizat apă plasmatică, deci soluție de apă plasmatică de 10-15%, deja cu tot mixul de gansuri care l-am obținut.
Next weeks, I sprayed the plants with plasma water of a mixture of all gases, CH3, CO2, magnesium, potassium, and amino acids.
În afară de asta, după o perioadă, acum, după o săptămână, două, deci mi-a venit ideea să mai plasez și niște capsule cu plasmă lichidă între plante. Pot să arăt cum.
Later, I had the idea to place some capsules filled with plasma water in between the seedlings, between the plants, like you can see in the picture.
Yes, here on the terrain, și am pus și mai sus ca să se vadă. O secundă am să găsesc unde este. Da, de exemplu.
Also on the top you can see, if it's not moving. Yes, you can see on the fence, on the pole, another.
Da, le-am pus la o distanță de la 1,5 metru până la 3 metri ca să fie interacțiune între capsule.
I placed these jars at about 1.5 to 3 meters in order to create an interaction in between them.
Da. Deci am măsurat pe parcursul vegetației, deci toată perioada, am făcut fotografii și am observat, deci în linii generale, am fost foarte uimiți. Te rog să traduci.
During this experiment, I made photos, and we have been surprised of the results.
Yes. După 4 săptămâni, cum puteți vedea, deci
as you can see, after 4 weeks,
Toate plantația a supraviețuit, deci roșiile au supraviețuit.
All the tomato seedlings survived well.
Și arătau foarte, foarte frumoase.
And they were very, very beautiful.
Pe ambele parcele, pe ambele loturi. Deci, prima
On
parcelă
both terrains, the tomatoes were beautiful.
Da. Acestea sunt fotografii din 10-14 mai.
This is photo from 14th of May, 2018. So it's about 4 weeks after, 4 or 5 weeks after the placement of the seedlings.
Într-adevăr, condițiile erau destul de grele și am plantat și cucumber. Da.
Conditions were very difficult, and in the same time, I planted some cucumbers, as you can see in this picture.
Da. Și castraveții am plantat în două prima dată tot în 12 aprilie și mai târziu, la sfârșitul lui aprilie, am sădit și semințe tratate cu plasmă de CO2.
So originally, we put the seedlings with cucumbers. We planted the seedlings of cucumbers on 12th of April, and later at the beginning of May, we also put out some seeds, which we pre-treated with against. You can see here the result of the seeds within less than 2 weeks.
Deci toate semințele, aproape toate semințele, deci au ieșit foarte multe semințe, au ieșit și au ocupat foarte mult spațiu, deci nu mă așteptam că o să iasă așa atât de multe.
Many or almost all the seeds started to grow, exceeding my expectations.
Yes. Prima roadă, deci primii castraveți care au fost gata deja, deci de calitate nutritivă, bună, frumoasă pentru masă, a fost gata pe data de 29 mai.
The first cucumbers ready to be consumed were ready grown by 29th of May.
Da.
So it's about 6 weeks only.
Da, acesta este foarte devreme pentru zona noastră.
Which is very early for our climate, for our region.
La fel, au crescut foarte intens și tomatele. Deci,
very intensively, the tomatoes have grown very intensively, beautifully.
Frunzele au crescut extrem de mari, foarte mari, nu mă așteptam. Deci n-am mai văzut așa frunze mari la tomate.
The tomato leaves have grown at huge sizes, which I never have seen before at any tomatoes.
Vreau să menționez aparte că nu am folosit niciun fel de chimicate, îngrășământ sau booster, absolut nimic, doar plasmă.
I'd like to emphasize here that I never used here any kind of fertilizer, any kind of chemicals, any kind of plant growth booster. I only used the plasma water.
Only, exact. Prima roadă, deci primele roșii care am primit deja gata, bune pentru comestibile, da, deci erau la sfârșitul lui iunie, deci undeva a doua jumătate lui iunie.
The first edible ripe tomatoes were ready in the second half of June.
O secundă, da. Deci putem vedea că la începutul lui iunie deja erau destul de mari tomatele și au crescut cât soție de mari.
You see, in June 7th, the tomatoes have grown almost as tall as my wife.
Yes. O secundă să găsesc. Am vrut să arăt, da, cam așa arată densitatea, că printre frunze nu prea se vedea, da? Cam așa arată densitatea.
I was seeking for a photo to show the density of the tomatoes because from the other photos you could not see the fruit due to the leaves. So this photo shows the density of the tomatoes.
Deci, pentru așa o situație, deci o condiție, este foarte bine, fiindcă ziua era foarte cald, putem vedea cum se veștezeau frunzele, cu toate că era umezeală destulă.
You see the conditions in May on the daytime it was very hot, very warm weather. You see the leaves were wilting.
Cu toate că era foarte, nu era uscat, era umezeală.
It was enough humidity, yet because of the heat, the leaves were wilting.
Lângă perete, aici, unde era peretele,
here near to the wall,
temperatura ziua ajungea până la 50 de grade.
Temperature in the daytime reached up to 50 centigrades.
Yes. Cu toate acestea, după ce am început să strângem roada,
later we started to harvest.
Da, de la începutul undeva lui iulie până în octombrie.
From beginning of June, iunie sau iulie?
Iulie. La începutul lui iulie a început roada regulată a tomatelor.
We started to regularly harvest tomatoes from the beginning of July till the end of October.
Yes. Roada a satisfăcut toate cerințele familiei mele în tomate și castraveți. Nu am cumpărat absolut niciun kilogram.
The harvested cucumbers and tomatoes satisfied completely the needs of our family. I never needed to buy any single tomato or cucumber from the market.
Da, aici, de exemplu, putem, pentru 7 iunie, da, putem vedea că sunt câteva etaje de tomate. Pe câte
7th of June, you can see several stories or several levels of tomatoes. There down, there are 7 pieces, for instance.
Da, pe fiecare inflorescență erau minimum 5-6 până la 9.
On each bunch, there were minimum 5-6 pieces and maximum 9.
Yes. Toată perioada de vegetație, plantele arătau foarte, foarte, foarte viabile, foarte vii și fericite.
During all this vegetation time, the plants were looking very beautiful, very alive, and really very happy.
Insecte dăunătoare care să dăuneze, deci au fost foarte puține și în practic activitatea lor nu a dăunat absolut nimic.
There have been very few bugs and they didn't really damage anything there. The damage was minimal.
Da. Aș vrea să menționez că aici s-a format o biocenoză unde erau și insecte predătoare care mențineau activitatea insectelor dăunătoare ca minim. Înțeles, Sandor, ce am spus, da? Sandor?
Sorry, I was muted. So biocenosis have been formed in that place. An ecosystem, like a small ecosystem. But biocenosis, it's another term which was coined by Carl Möbius in 1877. It's a group of interacting organisms living together in a habitat, in a biotop. A kind of ecosystem have been formed here.
Vezi, o călugăriță care este prădătoare stă și așteaptă și am filmat-o, da? Se vede?
You see here an interesting insect. It's a praying mantis.
Yes. Și exact între tomatele acestea.
You see that prayer mantis in the middle of these tomatoes.
Da, nu am folosit niciun fel de pesticide sau antiinsectante pentru a proteja plantele de insecte dăunătoare.
I did not use any kind of insecticides or any kind of chemicals to protect the plants from the insects.
Da, a fost, deci terenul în spațiul nostru este infectat de pseudoperonosporoză. Nu este problemă doar la noi în grădină, este oriunde.
In our area there is an infection of pseudoperonosporosis. It's not just for our garden, but for the entire area.
Da. Necătând la aceasta, deci infectat a fost practic doar castraveții.
Only the cucumbers have been infected.
Dar necătând la aceasta prosperau și au ocupat tot spațiul disponibil.
But in spite of that, you see, the cucumber occupied all the available space and it was still flourishing.
Da, eu am înălțime de aproape 2 metri și vedeți cât de înalt este săcățărat pe casă.
My body height is 2 meters, and you see on this photo how high is the top cucumber near to the roof of the house. So you have to know Radu Babanu is really a very tall gentleman.
Yes.
I am also 6 feet. I am 6 feet tall, and when we met personally first time, I had to turn my face to the sky when I shake his hand.
Da. Pentru a arăta cât de bine, deci cum s-au răspândit castraveții, deci pe terenul acesta care este destul de întunecat, deci asta este inițial, da? Deci de 4 părți.
Nu schimba, te rog, poza. Înapoi.
O secundă, aici.
So you can see here how the cucumber expanded here on all the area.
Locul este foarte întunecos, este situat între 4 pereți și doar câteva ore acolo este lumina soarelui.
The place is much in the shadow, so there is very little sunshine and only for a couple of hours every day. It's something between 4 walls. It's a dark place.
Deci roada de aici, din acest loc, a castraveților de pe acest teren, la fel a satisfăcut absolut toate necesitățile în timp de vară, ba mai mult decât atât, soția a făcut și a conservat pentru iarnă, murat.
So in spite of that unfavorable place, we had plenty of harvest, enough for the whole family in the summertime, and also wife was able to make also pickles for the winter from those cucumbers.
Yes, și cucumbers și roșii.
Both cucumbers and tomatoes, green tomatoes.
Yes. Perioada de vegetație a durat până la sfârșitul lui octombrie.
The vegetation period extended till the end of October.
Da. În octombrie am avut încă roșii coapte.
In October we still had ripe tomatoes, as you can see here. October.
Yes. O secundă. Și au crescut atât de mari încât au rupt suporturile. Nu ne-am așteptat că o să cântărească atât de mult.
The tomatoes have grown so big that they have broken the supporting structure. We didn't expect that they will grow so big such a big size.
Acest mic filmuleț este făcut pe 19 octombrie anul trecut.
This little video is made on 19th of October last year.
Sunt foarte multe, tot mai avem încă multe fructe coapte, cu toate că e frig afară deja.
In spite of it's cold outside, still we have a lot of ripe tomatoes, as you can see in this.
Și vedeți, partea de sus a căzut jos, deci s-a răsturnat, s-a rupt.
You see the upper part has been torn and had fallen down because it broke the springs which we used to suspend them.
Este foarte masivă, crengile sunt groase, frunze multe.
The branches are massive, they are very heavy with a lot of leaves.
Să trag puțin mai înainte. Deci puteți vedea că tulpinile sunt.
You can see here the stems, how thick they are.
Sunt groase și puternice.
Very, very strong, very thick.
Deci aici este capsula cu gans.
Here is the capsule with gans, the small jar with gans water.
Și un fapt interesant, vița de vie de la vecin a întins o creangă spre acest gans.
What was very interesting, the grapevine from the neighbor extended the branch, coming closer to this gans.
Yes. Câteva, deci, a întins. Anume spre gans, nu în altă parte.
So the grapevine only extended branches toward the gans jars and not to other places.
La fel și puteți vedea cum deja, cu toate că au foarte multe frunze uscate, că e târziu, e 19 octombrie.
In 19 October you can see the cucumber, in spite of it has many dried leaves because it's a very late time of the year.
Dar este și roadă.
Yet still there are fruits to harvest, cucumbers to harvest.
Cu toate că e frig deja, dar sunt și flori.
And there are also flowers. The cucumber is still flowering in October when it's very cold outside. You see the yellow cucumber flowers.
Da. Oh, soția a mai găsit unul.
Сейчас я покажу, что она вот. Давай.
Look how big.
Thank you very much. Perioada de vegetație a durat până au început înghețurile, temperaturile cu minus.
The vegetation period extended up to the time when the weather, the temperature became so cold that we had frost.
Yes.
When we had frost, it stopped.
What temperature is that?
0 centigrades and below 0. Below 0 centigrade.
How below?
Fahrenheit for Americans?
How below?
Minus 3, minus 5 grade.
Minus 3, minus 5 centigrades.
Da. Deci au murit și s-au uscat, s-au ofilit. Am strâns ultima roadă de roșii verzi pe 10 noiembrie.
The latest green tomatoes we harvested on 10th of November. So the temperature then was around minus 3, minus 6 or minus 26, minus 21 Fahrenheit.
Da. până când temperaturile erau mai mult decât 0, toate plantele erau vii și normal, trăiau, dar nu erau verzi, să zicem, fructele erau verzi, nu se coceau deja.
While the temperatures were above 0 Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit, then everything was alive and the plants were producing the harvest. Just they couldn't get ripe because of lack of enough sunshine.
Yes. Deci rezultatele la care am ajuns sunt deci expuse pe ecran.
You can see on the screen the results.
Da. Pentru mine este foarte evident că în locul unde n-am mai reușit să produc ceva, să crească ceva pentru mine, într-un mod fantastic totul creștea ca în basm, ca într-o poveste.
To me, it was very obvious that we had a very good action of plasmatic field, that everything was growing like in the tales.
Da.
Like in fairy tales. It was an obvious result of the desired action of plasmatic field.
Deci, teren de control nu am avut, dar nici nu este nevoie, fiindcă controlul este punct de referință, sunt anii precedenți, când nu a crescut nimic acolo.
I had no control lot or a terrain for control, but it was not really needed because the control or the witness, it's the fact that in the past years nothing succeeded to be grown on that place.
Da. Încă un rezultat este că câmpurile sunt disponibile chiar dacă le aducem spre plante prin diferite metode. Deci, prima jumătate a experimentului am făcut cu spray, deci am pulverizat, iar a doua jumătate a experimentului nu am pulverizat practic deloc.
Another conclusion was that the plasmatic fields are available regardless to the method of distributing them, either by spraying as we did in the first part of the experiment, or just by placing jars with plasma water like we did in the second part of the experiment.
Da. Că plantele înfloreau până când era frig afară, deci umblam în haine de toamnă și era frig afară, dar plantele înfloreau, e ceva miraculos.
In late fall it was very cold and we were walking with thick cloths. The plants were still blooming, which was like a wonder.
Asta înseamnă că plantele sunt în perioada de vegetație activă până condițiile devin absolut nedorite, da? Deci temperaturi joase sau sub minus.
So this means that the vegetation period extended up to the condition when it was something very strongly working against the plants, like frost.
Da. Încă o observație a mea personală, deci am văzut că oricine vedea aceste plante devenea fericit și îi plăcea să le admire.
Another personal observation which I made was whenever somebody, does not matter who, have seen these plants, that person became very happy just by seeing these plants and these fruits of the plants.
Deci în fotografie este soție, deci o fotografie publicată pe Facebook de soția fiului meu. Deci
here is wife of my son, it's my niece photo which I published in July 3rd, and you see the happiness on her face.
Da. Deci o vedeți fericită dimineața ieșind să le vadă.
You see her happy in the morning. She just came out in the yard to enjoy and admire these plants.
Și Și ca concluzie, deci special vreau să mulțumesc domnul Cheșe pentru știința plasmatică.
As conclusion, I'd like first of all to thank very much to Mr. Miran Tavakkoli-Kesh for this plasma science.
Dăruită cu mărinimie pentru omenire.
Which he kindly granted to the humanity.
Da. Și mulțumesc frumos grupului deci, de Plasma România, Keshe Foundation România, care m-a ajutat mult în înțelegerea în genere acestei științe și domnului Cacase Sandor, care acum este traducător, bunul meu prieten, pentru suport în înțelegeea cum se prepară gansurile special pentru plante sau transferuri de câmpuri.
So furthermore, I'd like to thanks to the Keshe Technology Research Keshe Foundation Romania Facebook group for inspiration and support, and to the translator who is speaking now for support and assistance in understanding the GANS preparation process and other details.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question? This is there are a couple of things. I brought this in discussion on Tuesday, and I bring it back up again, and I mentioned it last week. These are nice private tests you do, but those of you who do or you do kind of agriculture, please bring the people from your agricultural committee, from groups, governmental groups, to monitor your work. We have come to the point that we have hundreds of thousands of people testing and showing, we see this, we know this, it's beautiful what you've done. But those of you who do tests, even a small test, try to get your local agricultural committees, groups involved just to observe.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, I know you've done it in the back garden, but there are other people who do it in different scale, try to do different things. Try to get, or you have these pictures, you can go to your agricultural group, say, now I want you to give me I can show you this, what I've achieved, and you give me a land, or I get a piece of land, and I just use this, and you monitor. This can change our production, country, the rest of it.
Yes, Mr. Keshe, thank you very much. I have planned this for this year. Yeah. I have contacted a science group from institute here in Tiraspol.
Yeah.
Maybe, sorry for my English. Sandor, translate please. Deci, plănuim să facem niște cercetări pe loturi agriculturii, deci a institutului, în mai multe, deci de control cum se cuvine.
We already contacted agricultural group from Tiraspol, and we are planning to do research on several lots of terrain this year.
Împreună cu savanții agriculturii din institut.
Together with scientists from the Agricultural Institute of Tiraspol.
Yes. Deci, pentru că deocamdată aici în Republica Moldova eu înțeleg că sunt deocamdată singur și mă stărui să aduc la atenția oamenilor, da, din cauză că există știința plasmatică care poate fi folosită.
I'm being in Moldavian Republic. I am alone who I am doing these plasma technologies, even though in experimental form, and I'm striving to make others, people who are involved in gardening and agriculture, to know that there is a plasma technology which can be used to improve their results.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question, please? Because when you grew these, and when it got cold, did the fruit frost
A înghețat fructele atunci când era foarte rece.
Sandor, le-am cultivat chiar înainte de a îngheța. Deci am strâns toate fructele verzi și le-am pus într-un container în care înainte am făcut CO2 gans și era plasmatizat și acolo s-au copt de anul nou cam și coapte. Deci, ca răspuns la întrebarea domnului Cheșe este că am cultivat, le-am strâns toate, deci nu știu dacă au înghețat.
I don't know because I harvested all the fruits before the big frost to arrive, and then I put all these into boxes which I use for making GANs, so in a plasmatic condition.
But how long did the vegetation stay green?
Deci au fost verzi până au înghețat. Deci au fost înghețuri până la minus 5.
They have been green until the temperature reached minus 5 centigrade, so they practically had frosted, or minus
5.
Minus 5 Celsius or 23 Fahrenheit.
Da.
We seen the growth to minus 15, depending what mixture of GANs you use.
Maybe. I don't know.
No, we have. We are growing now in minus 20.
Wow.
We're growing. It's a special mixture I've made. We are growing. We're literally growing wheat in the snow, and even under the snow they're growing. It's just no, because we tested, we sprayed, we watered strawberries and put them outside. They die, they freeze. But some plants, soft plants, maybe they don't do that. Maybe they do that. It's nice to see it, but it's try to. I know the Romanian team is very, very active, very, very busy with a lot of things, and we support them in every way. But try. It's nice what you've done. If you can get your governments involved, your people involved, it makes a lot of difference. It makes huge amount of difference.
Thank you very much. Here we have a special government. Republic of Moldova is a former USSR republic.
Governments are special. There is no other special government, so you got to find a way to work with them.
Yes,
we are pushing all our people supporters. Even if you do it in your gardens, say, Afan, do you want to come and have a look? Can you make a record of it? The important thing is now we've been through this many times. It's done. What we are asking our Keshe Foundation supporters, if you do such a test like this, you have to measure how much, for example, water you use, what temperatures, how do you feel after eating it, how does the plant compare to somewhere else if you can grow it. You need a point of reference. Now these things we've done so much, it's nice to see. It's a beautiful presentation. But my request from the Keshe Foundation supporters is, for now that we're coming to the spring and we start the March, April seeding, or May and June, start asking people or organization, governmental organization, to come. You explain to them, I have such a thing. You give me a land, I test in your land, or I do it, you come and monitor. And this, what we are trying to build up is credible reference according to them. You see, we are all liars and frauds. Does not matter what we do, because we are now entering a condition that we are, as we say, touching their pocket. You got to understand.
Yes, I understand. This is the next step for me.
Yes, but I'm talking generally to all the Keshe Foundation supporters who do these things. We have a huge structure in what do you call it, in Australia, Jim and his team. But I think it's time to bring the governments in. Experimentally, we have shown it is done. We can show we can increase the harvest. But when we did a test recently on wheat and rice, we thousands of kilometers from where we are. We just provided material done by the agricultural groups without us. We just provided material in a specific thing. One of the first thing which came out, conditions, one of the scientists, whoever said, oh, this must be GMO. And so everything we did, increasing the harvest, shortening the time, whatever we achieved suddenly hit a wall. Because one scientist said, this is a GMO. So now we put everything on a stop and we send all the material to be tested by the lab. And you know what the test result was? No GMO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
So your GMO doesn't change. You see, we have from now on, the Keshe Foundation supporters, it's not just you, and I repeat again, is to gather certified evidence by involvement of your government. We have overcome the African pig disease. It's a massive achievement. Russia has lost for 11 years 10% of their pigs every year. Now, what we did, how we did, it's a breakthrough. But even is done by them, and we are talking about massive number of pigs, there is still a question mark. Now we have to do it in a clinical test. No problem. Keshe Foundation has broken through the African pig flu at a very, very fast way. And we haven't tested on one pig, we've tested on hundreds of pigs, given to us the opportunity to test. But even done that way, now it's effective. We want to test it on a control way. No problem. You give me the pig, I'll give you the pig back. But now we call governments and we call officials in to record it. It's very effective technology, but now in a way, why, if you understand, I start building the journal and we're putting more and more into the journal, that more and more is to build a structure that we are correct. It's your works. And try to correctly do it from the beginning, because now we did everything to prove, to help, to, we are excited, we found a new toy, we found a new solution. But now when you start even testing on a plant, some of you are testing yourself with the diseases. Go to the doctor and say, I want to register. This is what you're diagnosed. I want to come back in a few weeks and you test me. This is how we have to give. It's the same with everywhere, every test we do. We are trying to bring, now that we are at this stage, collecting data for international structure, not for nationals or individuals. It's the only way I ask the Keshe Foundation supporters around the world. Anything you test, even you try to make a toy which is different and it behaves different, you feel better, try to, from the beginning, Not only do it yourself, but bring another organization independently, which is governmentally connected. Without the governmental connections, especially in agriculture, especially in health, especially in energy, you have no data. Now, this is becoming more and more obvious. They found another way to block. We are not the only one that are doing it with everybody. We have to be, I keep on, especially since last week, I emphasized on the Universal Council meeting the same. It's their job to monitor, to bring the credibility, to encourage the Keshe Foundation supporters to, I want to do a test on flowers, on the plants, find somebody who can come and say, this is going to have so much more. It'll take you a year. It'll take you 6 months. In China, when we did a test on wheat, and we only interfered for 27 days and we doubled the harvest, there was a big question mark. Every way was negativity. It cannot be this. But unfortunately, we had to wait another few weeks before the rice came in and it was the same result, and the other harvest came and it was the same result. So there was no error. Our team was attacked that we are wrong, whatever. And then when the other test came, it's become the best meat in the market since the sliced God knows meat ever created. But we allowed the other people without us, officials, getting it stamped done, which brings credibility. And in a way, I'm turning the Keshe Foundation supporters to, we done the test, we had the time, we played the game, we all enjoyed it, we see it, it's beautiful what we see. Now it's time to become professional. From South America to Africa to Europe to Asia to Australia, hundreds of thousands of people are doing little things. Now we are building, structuring credibility by the international, and we've got our own journal because it's a plain raw material, in a way not interfered. And this is against the grain of the world operation at the moment. In a few months' time, in a couple of years' time, they will make, anybody using GaNs or nanomaterial or whatever, they try to make it a criminal offense, because it's not them, it's the people who pay them will do that. But we are working on a direction that this will not work. Especially in Romania, in Czech Republic, in France, in South America, in Africa. You believe in what you do, go to a government official. I can increase harvest this with the new technology. Country can be those, the farmers can be better, but we don't believe. Okay, you don't believe. I'm growing, you put somebody to check with me. And you sign my paper at the end that it's been done. And keep a very, very methodical check. How you watered it, how the temperature was. Now we are researchers. We are not there to prove the concept. We are there to spread the technology. We have proven the concept. And those of you who come and show, they used to come and call you, terrorize you and everything. These are past. Now we work in a different way. But respect your nation, respect your authority, bring them in to be, let them test the material, let them see the material, explain to them this is just the water, and whatever you do, whatever you use, but start as Keshe Foundation team, build credibility and send these documents to us. Get them to sign you that they've been there from the first day. Any communication on the telephone, on the mobiles with them, just keep and then you can add it to your dossier. They'll come up with every excuse once the results are there, because you got to remember something very clearly. We were talking with some officials. Do you know our biggest problem in the governments is who now? Is the scientists themselves. Because it's not that they don't believe, is that most of the top scientists who advise the governments are paid by pharmaceutical and whatever people who supply the pharmacies or the, what do you call it, the agriculturists. Go back on we are not the first one who's been in this track, but we have the beauty of being a vertical system. We teach, we have the workshops, we have the factories, we have the research centers, we have the journal, we have everything else. One thing is, you're not alone. Over 100 million people practice, or been, or done. And we don't need to be all the time involved to do it. We only do it when we need it. You buy a pack of aspirin or paracetamol, not to eat it because you know you might, one day you might have a headache. You have it there that when you have a headache you can use it. It's the same with this technology. You know how to make your gases, you know how to, what effects there are. You want to test in agriculture, okay, test in agriculture. But it's the knowledge you carry for the rest of your life. And that's all it is. And now we are not saying that, okay, we're going to make all the aspirins and keep them. No, it's there. It's the free knowledge you carry with you. But try to bring a essence, a process that we need to understand. The new technology is understood. We are not here to destroy the past. We are here to build on the past. We are not here to stop agriculturists or fertilizer companies. We are here to employ the factories who make the fertilizers to make a new system. Otherwise we do more damage, and we are not here to damage, we are here to build. And this comes out of us from now on, especially past 2 or 3 weeks, because we work with governments now to be correct, to build the structure. We are talking to a number of governments at the highest level to change agriculture, to show that nations can feed themselves. We can purify waters. We can change a lot of things. And at the same time, I was thinking last night after the teaching, we have many new students, and they come into Keshe Foundation, KFSSI, and they get into people who talk about a lot of other things they don't know. They came here to learn the basic. I think the heads of the Keshe Foundation Education have to ask our students who come in, at what level do you want? We have 2, maybe 3 levels. You can start at the foundation base, you can start at this, and then give them studies in that level. At the moment we have a problem, and I see it in our education side, that anybody enrolls, they come in and they're talking about the control of the fields and the soul and the things. The guy says, my God, I came here to learn, nothing is there, I have to go and read on my own. Our education side has to have that. We got to make our position clear. 3 ways. The ones who just come in, they want to learn the basic, we teach. The ones who are in the mid-read, they've been, and the ones who are very advanced to understand the other levels. And while you're doing it, try to document it legally. You know what they say? They say everything is fraud because you cannot do. And you saw what they did. They tried to make us a fraud. They did everything possible. Bunch of terrorists terrorizing the people in the scientific way. So we have to, now we passed that time of falling in love and you know, you get hot, something new. Now, the love affair we know we love. Now, we have to make a home. And this is what, as a, in a way, not as a head of the foundation, but as a founder of the technology, with all the benefits, beautiful fruits and everything you make, you test it with the cancer, you test it with diabetic and the rest of it, start getting people at the level of the government, scientific organization, to be witnessing. If they give you a land to test, of course. I bring the knowledge, you give me the seed and the land, I do it, and then you measure it. And then, but I want another land 100 meters away that you can test to see my difference. Always ask them for a reference point of growth. If I do here, you do there, but you don't use my water. You're 50 meters away, and you see what you get, I see what I get. In the next few days, we release one of the most powerful projects Keshe Foundation has done. With the full data, writing of the people who run it, because we are away, we could not be there. And we show how we have eradicated what they wrote to us. They have tested it and they can confirm it. And within 24 hours, they start testing and they could not find it. Try, but we have documentation from them. They are part of the structure. The process is monitored by a professor from major university. We have it in his writing. He confirms that they tested the condition and is corrected that the virus is there, and they need the test. So two things: the professor has got it wrong, which they couldn't do because all the signs were there when we went there, and after 24 hours, 36 hours, they changed the situation. We have learned we only work as a provider of the technology. It's for them to do the testing. And this is important. Very, very important. And we have to start becoming professional. And this is what I said from last week. I had a very harsh on with the Universal Council people on Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, 2 Tuesdays ago, and they didn't like it, but I think they understood. It's for them to encourage you to come up with the data. It's there for to guide you to do everything properly from now on. The heat of the first love affair is gone. Now we want to solidify the marriage, as we call it, to bring the technology in the world of existence, in the people that can follow. And we don't need to worry about anything because they are there, we are there, we know what we are doing, and let's build on it. Let's do it properly from now on. We have grown seeds. 5 years now we've been teaching, and after 5 years we've seen everything. Fish growing double the size, cats eating more, pigs are eating more than ever before, wheat growing like a weed and everything else. But now it's time to put this big organization, start behaving as one nation. And for you to be as one nation, there'll be a lot of certification on Keshe Foundation technology on the plasma. And you know where they're going to ask for guidance? From us to draw up the parameters. Because they don't have it, they don't understand it, they just see a result. And if you noticed, I repeat it again, we used to make a lot of announcements in the past 4 or 5 weeks. We don't need to. Because we wanted to tell what we do. And every time we did, when they attacked us, they terrorized everybody. Now, we work with 10, 20 different countries. We work internally in the Keshe Foundation. We support, we give support, and we work as a team with all nations. Now they have to sit. If they hear something they try to do, we inform ahead. the name of the terrorist. They already have it. Oh, this we are waiting for. We send them to the website to see this is what they're putting and who's putting it. Before we were getting stressed that they're putting this on us. No, we just send people now indirectly. And they're going on the list of the terrorism, one by one. Murder of scientists, murder of the assistants of the scientists, evidence are all gathering. You know, we have not to glorify, we have to be correct. We're entering the 6th year, we can carry on for years showing what we do. We become a bunch of enthusiasts, but the way I work, the way I've asked the Universal Council to work, to ask the Keshe Foundation team to work, is from now on, we're becoming professional. You will understand very soon why. Very, very soon you understand why. And we are become professional because we are correct. We have enough documentation, we have enough evidence, we have enough other things to go with it. And in so many ways, I thank all of you for bringing your knowledge to humanity. You put one seed down, you made a lot of cucumbers, you made a lot of tomatoes. But look at one thing. You wouldn't make that much tomatoes, you had to buy it outside. Not only you enjoyed you making it, but it brings you saving. Maybe meager, maybe a few pounds here, a few pounds there, but gradually the change is coming in. We have to become professional, and the professional is how we do. You are in Romania, get together. Romanian teams are working very effectively with your government. You're the same with some other countries. And these people don't listen anymore to nonsense. And we don't need, if you remember, I used to get stressed. Why not? We just passed. They can pedal. The Keshe Foundation is not one Maghreb system now. Now it's 1 billion square meter of land going on the operation in the next 2 years, testing the Keshe Foundation technology, and maybe more. Try to beat that. Hundreds of, in the next 2 or 3 years, the way we're structuring it, billions of square meters of land going under the control of using the new technology. You're not using any pesticide, you're not using any nitrite, the farming is fed up with it. You're not using any antibiotic with the animal because it gets into the food cycle, it gets spread on the land and it comes back again, we eat it, we don't have no control on antibiotic. All been solved. So get your governments with you. Work professionally with us. We are not interested not to help, we are not interested not to do the gardening, but you enjoyed it, you show it, teach it, show it, and with it, do it with the government, with officials. Because especially you can work 2 ways, with the low-level officials, which he will be never listened to, or you work on to find out who's on the top in agriculture, who his decision makes the decision. You make appointment there. You don't start usually to go, everybody catch up. Or we go to the little village one. By the time you get there, it's 5 years later, because they don't want to pass it on, because there's nothing in there for them. You go to the top guy. You have a problem feeding the nation, I have the solution, this is the Keshe Foundation. You give me the land, I'll show you. We have tested. Go directly for ministers, go directly for agricultural ministry. We give you all the support. Keshe Foundation is getting a structure, that way we support all you directly with the agricultural ministries. Farming, fishing, and agriculture. That is grain, oil, fruit, fishery, animal care. We don't release any more documents in the domain of public. You establish the line with your government, we support. We will come in and we deliver documents for them to read. We put them in touch with the ministries, we put them in touch with the governments who have worked with us, they can confirm it, and we can go on. We are a governing organization, and all the governing organizations have terrorists to try to stop them. We've seen the bombing of 9/11, we've seen the bombings in cities around Europe, and these people try in a way to terrorize us. Don't get terrorized, you are very strong, and you got a bigger structure behind you, and we support you. But my advice to you is, don't go for little. Go sit down, study who is in one position in your governments, in agriculture, in what section, and then bring them in. Say, we have such a thing, but I do not know, I cannot go, but there is Mr. Keshe there, or there is this, they can support you. You just make an appointment, we come on the telephone call, we come on the video, we give them documents, we give them the evidence, we give them signed documents by ministries, by government. They work with us. You done your job, and then we let you to work with them to show them how it's done. We start governing. We setting up a structure. We start changing the course for humanity. We have to be correct in our conduct. Keshe Foundation has changed from being small, doing things, be done enough. Now, everything we put, Universal Council, the core team, the what we call the Earth Council, now the education side, the magazines, the journals, the teachings, everything has started. We have started setting up a structure for governing the new technology, not the governments. With it, the government come with us. Go for the top, don't be afraid, I'm a little man. They adore you, you kiss your hand, you feed your nation, you take your peasants out of poverty into a line of a man can feed his child, can pay for education. You increase the income of your nation, you got to be proud. The little man always makes a very big difference. The big man is too busy being big, he doesn't want to do anything. He's already got big and he's robbed his nation. We have come into governing, and we are laying a very clear condition. We negotiate with governments, because we have solution, not for a farmer, for the government who controls all the farming has to pay for it. It's the government who's got a pollution with the land. It's the government who has to sort out that pollution. And we are correct, we deliver, we share knowledge. The Keshe Foundation, in past few weeks, you've seen, we don't announce anything. We work very correct. We encourage you. Now we have moved into governing. You will understand more and more. We have some problems, it's like everybody else. But we are building it to get to where it is and start moving the direction we want. And I thank the whole of the Keshe Foundation team, the whole of Keshe Foundation worldwide who listen, you do things. Now it's time to move. We change course. We haven't changed course, we're going to the next step up. We have our own education system, we have our own farming system, we have our own health system, we have our own research places, we start manufacturing. You will understand very soon how we will manufacture. We have support of the governments with us, we have support of, most important thing, the grassroots. People like you who do these tests and then you take it next up. And we don't release names anymore, because then you give a bait for them to help. How do you think they can do all the damage to themselves? Let them do it to themselves, not to us. We've changed the course in past 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you've seen it. There is no discussion. We don't need to announce anything else. Because when you're at the point of a strength, you don't need to. You just govern. You just deliver. And we have changed. We start governing. Because we are strong. We're done, we are correct. And a lot of people try to play games, let them play. Don't waste your time. Go for directly. They say, I have to go my left farm. No, you go and find the minister. In Romania, they've done. They can tell you how successful it is. They have the problem to solve, and we have a solution for them to govern. And we stay friendly, we stay close, we deliver technologies. Nothing else. We are not bringing money. We are bringing new knowledge which can change. And we work with them, we support. We move with. It's not going to be, especially agriculture and health, is not going to be tomorrow. It takes 1 year to get the harvest. We start now talking about it. The seed in March, April. We have to wait to October, September when it's harvested, then compare it to something else and then measure it. We went through all of it in the past year. The Keshe Foundation team in 2-3 countries, we've been through all of it, but we knew we have to do. Now we have the results. We can govern, we can work. And it's thanks to all of you. Thanks to people who understood what we can bring and they are supporting us to bring it in. I thank the government of China. The room they gave us to work, to show. A lot of people in China said, oh, Mr. Keshe is here. You didn't do the work because you did exactly what the gentleman showed us to. You made little things in your places. Such a technology with such a power has to be handled at the governmental level. And I'm strong enough to stand a year and a half to show step by step. It's not that the Chinese did anything wrong. I love living and working with the Chinese Keshe Foundations. A lot of them saw us, oh, the guys come here, you should have been there. No, because the Keshe Foundation supporters in China did not take it directly to the government. They did their tests beautifully, they did a lot of exercises, but nobody took the technology into the hand of the government to say, we are here to make the change what we are doing. And it wasn't easy to get it. We've done the same thing with other governments now. Because we have data. It took us 1.5 years to build on knowing the Keshe Foundation supporters in China were there, they've done a lot of work, but nobody went to. They expect the factory to be built. How are you going to get the certification? How are you going to get the permission to do? Now we have shown to the government, they help us, they set up the certification. I don't need, I've shown it can change. I've done the same in other countries. We are the only organization that we are not going to open. We tried to open factories and the rest of it, and all the shambles with it, ministers trying to steal from us, little people stealing money from the Keshe Foundation, all sorts of things. But now we go directly to the government. And you know the first thing I do with the government is, please go on this page, look at this gentleman is a terrorist, call us a terrorist, he's trying to do what it is. I send them first thing to read what's on the net. When they read, oh, we read about it, it's obvious bunch of terrorists are doing it. It's finished, so we start doing the business. Please go directly. You're a small man in the village, you take a big gift to your government, to your nation. Go there, says, I don't know, I've tested it, it works, but this is a telephone, address, email of the scientist, the group organization which can do it. And if you want, I'll monitor, I'll help you to get you the material. Governments are listening. And we start governing. We is the Keshe Foundation. We are governed to bring a better life for humanity. We are not governing here to become another lot, to have ministers or no. We are governing the soul of the man, to bring them freedom to be a man, can put his food, can bring clothing, education to his child. I tell you, just watch what's happening to Keshe Foundation. Then you understand how we start governing. We is all of us. And it's beautiful what I see, and I love working in China. I spend time here. My mission is more or less over. Now I hand over to the Chinese. I hand over to the Chinese community. We have a beautiful team here in China. I love working in China. I love living here, but my mission is over. I have done my work. Now we go to the next step. And it's thanks to the Chinese. Now they've learned the way they are doing it. The same thing is in Romania. Beautiful team in Romania is working correctly, exactly. We have the same thing happening in 2 or 3 other countries. The Iranians have gone the right way. In Sierra Leone we're going the right way. In Liberia we're going that way. In Brazil we're going total all the way. Now we are in university education. In Mexico we're going to get, in America we invest in American, what do you call it, nation. Because it has to be. They will need more the Keshe Foundation support than anybody else in the coming time. Because we learned, we have found that we can change with not talking and bannering. We have changed by doing. And we become very powerful because we are correct. You remember a lot of people who came, made a lot of noise and they disappeared. Keshe Foundation is still here because we always been correct. And now I ask you, please, don't be afraid. You're a little man in a village, but you tested and it works, or you're just a fisherman, you tested it works. Take it, go and see the government, not the little village, and say, this is what I can do. We don't have food to eat, our people are hungry, but there is things. Mr. Keshe is there and the team will come. They will show you, they explain to you. We send them. I've done that in past, and we are doing it in past few days, past 2 or 3 weeks. We are directly handling the governments. We send them the document. I don't give it to you on the internet. Give it to me. I go, no, you don't understand. You put in there. You don't know how to put. You get there. We'll support you. We can speak the language of the government. You are the ambassadors of peace. You are ambassadors of knowledge. Do your job. We do our job. We are organized now. We are organized to govern on the banner of knowledge, technology in exchange for wealth of a nation and peace. And I thank all of you because I have stepped down as head of foundation nearly over a year and a half now. And I have that freedom to promote the work of the foundation. All that daily grind of running the foundation is over because it's not my job. I'm a scientist. It's yours, done for you. You have a beautiful team. You have a beautiful management team. You have now moved out of to the next step, manufacturing team. And this freedom has given me the time of not being involved in daily running. You have a beautiful Romanian girl who's running the Keshe Foundation. You have a beautiful Moroccan French who's running the manufacturing handling. You have a beautiful woman who's running the Chinese Keshe Foundation. And all the rest of us around it. And it's giving me a chance to, that's why we are achieving. I'm back into research in a large scale, not getting involved, just monitoring and showing to governments. And the governments are listening. Because they see the result. And you get it to your governments, I'll come in with your governments. We show them. For me, it's just one email, massive amount of data information confirmed. They study it for a few days, we go back in, we deliver. That's how easy it is. No more doing a little village shop, take it up. I gave the same advice to Dr. Gatwa, as the head of the agriculture. It's the responsibility of the Dr. Gatwa and the agriculture team to handle governments and teach people how to do it. And we come in, we give all the proof. And funny enough, if you are what they call a third world nation, if you are a country which has no financial backing to set up once they can see it, we have even organized finances to be given to a nation to build the factories for them. I live in a beautiful world where humanity understands when you care for them. And we have a beautiful nation behind us, the nation of government of Chinese. I love living in China. I enjoyed being here. But now we have the full backing, thanks to His Excellency President Xi and the government of China and the scientists, and especially Keshe Foundation in China. A lot of people said, oh, he's got here, he's waste time. No, we didn't waste time. You didn't do the work because you did what you could, you made the ganses. But I came here to show the technology to one of the largest nations in the world. I've done my job. And through it, we are supporting other nations. And with it, we have the backing of governments who will invest in your nations. I don't do it, it's not mine anymore. It's support, we deliver. In some cases, we can get agreement to financially support to build it for you. And this is all we need to do. Now we need to gather to govern, to change the course. You know, the beauty of it is millions of us. I never knew this gentleman. 8 years he's done a year work. What we see is a lot of love and care. Now he can show pictures, he can go, this is what I've done, this is what I've achieved. I want to do it in a bigger scale. And governments always listen to agriculture. I'll give you an example and I stop. And you can go and check. About 20-25 years ago, we had a lot of Asians in England. And Asians were bringing all they need, their foods continuously flowing in from Africa or from India. Anything, paprika, blah, blah, whatever it was. One Indian man went to the government and says, you know something, I can stop all this money going out and we make jobs in the country. They said, well, he said, give me the water, hot water coming in from the towers of the power stations. You let it go, you destroy it, give it to me. Give me money to build a greenhouse and I provide all the tomato, all the Asian foods which is needed, grown in England. He made sense to the government. They supported him. English hardly import any of these things anymore, even though Asian community has grown so big. Governments always listen to agriculture, especially now. Let us govern. We govern the heart and soul of the man, and through it, they come to it to enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Is there anything else you'd like to speak about or announce or say before we...
We start making announcements. We are living it.
Yes.
We
Okay.
announced the marriage, they came and tried to ruin the marriage. Now the marriage is done, now we're living it. The honeymoon time has started. Thank you very much for all your work, Rick, and all the Keshe Foundation management, the Chinese team. Especially people like Fanzo, people like Ni, everybody else, bit by bit. We've seen how people like Chow Chow, a little bit. We've seen people in Shenzhen, even they couldn't pull their process out, we try to help to assist. We see people like Xiaojin and their teams. These people have a number of people behind them, backing them. And without you it was impossible. going through the past 18 months, what we established here. And without the people behind you and all the Keshe Foundation team who kept the Chinese aware and supported us, freely providing everything we needed unconditionally, telephone calling is there. It was impossible to do it, it's not me, I'm just a facilitator. And in so many ways, I'd like to thank all the work done in Kenya with Dr. Gatwa, the work which is getting done across the world. Arman is going reckless with what he's trying to achieve. You will understand very soon. He's put his life or even health in danger because of it. But we all done the same to go. Thanks to John in Arizona. Without his support, it wouldn't be so easy to run the Keshe Foundation. They're all unsung heroes. Without Caroline, she's holding the boat while I'm just sailing everywhere trying to save the other things. The management team of the Keshe Foundation, everything bits and bits has made the whole thing to structure solid. And it's hundreds of people involved. The team in Philippines has helped us to get where we are, with all the things they've done, solidly there behind us. Renan and all the people who you've seen in the background, the team in Canada, the team in the United States, everywhere, especially in Mexico and Brazil now. There's a golden age coming up for Brazil. Opening of the universities to be taught the Keshe Foundation technology in universities, 3 of them. Training people directly to apply the technology thanks to Claudia's hard work and whole of the what you call Brazilian team, the Universal Council member of the what you call it, Portuguese language, the same with the Spanish. It's become a massive structure. We hear what's going on in Germany, the Keshe Foundation in Germany. It's a beautiful job they're doing in conjunction with the Austrians. The French, the Italians are at it. We have a financial problems because I could not look after one thing while we were establishing a bigger structure because that one thing was too vulnerable. Now we have fed the child, is grown up, it can survive. Some of you seen how we suffered financially, but when I'm not there, I cannot be in 2 or 3 places. We have to work on it. Now it's finished. Everything is going through its process. But it's a teamwork. And this team is in every nation, every color, every race and religion. And that's what it is to be one family, one nation. I'm not sentimental, but I've seen what has been achieved. And 6 years now in public domain, we have achieved where organizations takes tens of years to achieve because we are committed to peace, we are committed to new technology, and it's come true. You will understand very soon. And we did not go slow. A lot of people tell me you came to China, you wasted your time, you're wasting your time, Mr. Keshe, you didn't deliver. We've delivered so much, but you didn't know, we knew it's done. And as I said, having a solid team behind you who are there on call and they are devoted to what they do, it gives you the thing. What do you call the belief and the integrity to carry on. Maybe next Thursday, maybe the Thursday after, I have some news for you. We don't make an announcement, is a step in the work of the Keshe Foundation. If you have developed anything which is radically new, please let us know. We invite you to international conferences which are taking place by Keshe Foundation. We are not announcing any more conferences, but we invite you to show it to the world leaders. We invite you to show it to world ambassadors. We invite you, could be anywhere, any continent, and it's for you to come and show. And don't be afraid. Be proud that you can change the course of humanity. A number of international conferences will be working on to be done, and it's not like before that all the Keshe Foundation support doctors will come. We're bringing the governments to look. We're bringing the head of nations to look. And we're bringing to use the technology in exchange for peace. As I said, Happy New Year to Chinese Keshe Foundation and the Chinese nation. I love you being in China. I love being part of the Chinese team. And very much thanks to His Excellency President Xi of China, allowing the foundation to be tested and tested to be correct. In a nation like this, you cannot just do things without the permission from the people who are in charge in authorities, and they tested us in every way. We come out of it with a flying color, and I thank the administration, the Chinese security, and everybody who's been around us. Many people don't like us working with the Chinese government. They call it everything. But it's good for the nation and for humanity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that addition, Mr. Keshe. Very, very good. Okay, I think we are ready to wrap up today's workshop. Is there any other announcements that anyone else in our administration would like to say? I guess I would suggest people to have a look at the Plasma Times and the Plasma Scientific Journal entries and all of the interesting articles in that, which is now available at the Keshe Foundation website. And otherwise, you can look at our schedules to see what's up for the next public and private workshops. And of course, we'll have the Knowledge Seekers workshop next Thursday as well. This has been the 262nd Knowledge Seekers workshop for Thursday, February 7th, 2019. And I do thank everyone for attending. And special thanks to Radai, who gave the presentation. It was very nice to see. Okay, Flint, I think you can take us out and finish the workshop. Bye, everybody.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
Plasma products found at keshefoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation with protective plasma formula. CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen. Emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magravs Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshfoundation.org/store or find a distributor near you. Tax and shipping not included.